conservative, let's just ballpark it and say 5 to 7%, who don't have strong opinions. So your point is right. They know something about how could you not know something about these two?
Right.
But they're possibly open for persuasion about what's going to happen in the next 4 years. And so I think the contest right now in a lot of ways is you got a Biden administration that has a lot of issue baggage. People think that they haven't addressed certain issues, border security, inflation, foreign policy, that they've had some perceived failures. Then you've got a Trump administration where people might have been kind of happier with them on issues. And it'll be interesting because I think those administrations have different tasks. I think Trump's problem is people think, well, we kind of like what he did on some policies, but he's got a big mouth. He was way overly aggressive. He tweeted in the middle of the night, et cetera. With Biden, it's, does he even have a plan? Is he even aware of how much a box of Cheerios costs these days? It'll be interesting to see if the campaigns can fundamentally come to grips with those two different tasks.
Yeah, when it comes to the economy, I mean, a lot of surveys give former President Trump the advantage. People liked his policies or have the impression that he was better on the economy than President Biden's been, and inflation seems to be creeping back up. That's not good for the president. If those numbers keep going up as we get toward November, that's very hard to overcome, would you think?
It's one thing to say, hey, we've taken these steps and we think they're going to be effective, or we have a plan. It's another to look people in the eye and say, you know, you're essentially not getting it. You don't understand how good the economy is. At some point, the White House has to come to grips with that fundamental issue, right? How do you take credit and say, well, we're underrated on the economy without insulting people by saying they're stupid for feeling the pinch of prices at the pump or prices at the grocery store? I'm not sure. I think, you know, we mentioned 25 weeks. I think time is running out on the administration to recast people's appraisals of how they've handled the economy.
The Trump legal issues. The trial continues in New York. There are the 3 other criminal cases pending. We still don't know, and we won't until on Election Day, what effect all this has on former President Trump. So far, it seems like it's not hurting him.
Yeah. This might go back to our point earlier about, is there anything about these guys that we don't know? And, you know, what's interesting is that of these 4 cases, so the January 6th case, the files case, documents from the White House, the Georgia election interference case, and this odd federal election campaign finance payoff to a porn star case in Manhattan, only the last one of these seems to be moving forward before the election. I think I'm not an attorney, but almost every attorney you talk to says it's the weakest of the 4 cases. It's a case that Trump has been able to cast as part of a lawfare, legal warfare against him.
And you think successfully so far?
I think amongst Republicans. So again, you know, if we keep those two kind of activities of a campaign in mind, mobilization and persuasion, I think he's used it effectively to mobilize his base, that he's persecuted and, hey, they can come for you now. I'm the only one standing between you and this, you know, aggressive administrative legal state. But I still remain unconvinced about what the impact is going to be with respect to these undecided, you know, unaffiliated voters. Are they going to look at this and they're going to see somebody who's been unfairly prosecuted? Or they're going to see a guy with sketchy, you know, moral and ethical standards who's being called on the carpet for that? I'm not so sure.
Darren Shaw, co-director of the Fox News poll, member of the Fox News Decision Desk, professor at the University of Texas, Austin. Thanks so much for joining us.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Wake up with Kayal Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Why is Navage perfect for allergy sufferers? Rhino Systems Medical Director Dr. Howard Levine explains.
If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier.
Navage is available at Sam's Club, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe easy.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it, and the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
The Honda you want is here. Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which Car and Driver called fun to drive. There's never been a better time to drive in the moment with Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value Brand for 2023.
See dealer for financing details. Car and Driver, January 2023, based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Call your army. We're ready to roll. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Tuesday, May 14th, I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Michael Cohen taking the witness stand in Donald Trump's hush money trial Monday. His former lawyer saying the 45th president was part of a scheme to stifle stories that could threaten his 2016 campaign. Cohen expected to be back on the stand today, where he'll answer questions from Donald Trump's lawyers. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Kyiv today on an unannounced diplomatic mission to reemphasize American support for Ukraine as the war continues. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Mr. President, an honor and a pleasure to have you. How you doing today?
Doing good. We have some good numbers coming out.
Mr. President, as of August 1st, a biological boy can change in a locker room, a dressing room.
It's crazy. Boys can go into girls' locker rooms. The whole thing is crazy. No, we'll get that changed. Tell your people not to worry about it. It'll be signed on day one. It'll be terminated.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
The 45th and hopefully 47th President of the United States of America.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 34 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hire veterans. Our veterans are valued and the skills they learned in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Hey, we're David and Greg Figueroa,
founders of Melinda's Hot Sauce.
Sometimes brand testimonials feel, well, unbelievable.
So we have a fresh take. Tasty-monials.
Comments from real people on the internet who love Melinda's balance of hot heat and fresh, flavorful ingredients.
At 2021 DoWork says, legendary. Nobody does it better.
What was that?
Sounds for fire emoji, touchdown emoji, and 100% emoji.
Okay. At Snack Food Mafia says, I love how they were a thicker hot sauce and not some watery junk.
Love it. At Mushroom writes, best hot sauce west of the Mississippi, also the best hot sauce east of the Mississippi.
Pro tip, that's the whole United States.
Finally, at IGP1 always says, smack so hard.
We love to hear that as much as the FCC.
Set your mouth on flavor with Melinda's Hot Sauces. Find them at your local retailer or online at melindas.com. That's MELINDAS.com.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The Dow's winning streak came to an end on Wall Street Monday as an 8-session string of positive days was snapped. The longest streak since late December. The Dow was down 81 points, the Nasdaq up 47, and the S&P 500 down a point. Today, Home Depot and Alibaba report earnings, and we'll get the details on the latest Producer Price Index report. Tomorrow, we get the Consumer Price Index report, and on Thursday, the nation's largest retailer, Walmart, reports earnings. U.S. Airlines are asking a federal appeals court to block new rules announced just last month by the Transportation Department requiring them to disclose fees more quickly when consumers shop for flights. The rules require better disclosure of fees on baggage and or changing or canceling a reservation. The airlines claim consumers will now get confused by having too much information. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
New reports are examining how non-governmental organizations, or NGOs, spend taxpayer money at the border when it helps to house children and other migrants. In Texas, the Attorney General's applied for a temporary injunction against the Annunciation House after the religious NGO failed to turn over documents to the AG in his investigation. Ruben Garcia is the Annunciation House founder.
To call our houses of hospitality stash houses. Is there no shame?
But the Texas Attorney General's office accused them of being a criminal enterprise, knowingly sheltering illegal aliens who evade Border Patrol. Now, that's just one NGO along the border. Now, the online publication The Free Press is detailing how much money in taxpayer funds some of the others have been receiving. They looked at Global Refuge, Southwest Key Programs, and Endeavors. In 2019, the three collectively had just under $600 million in revenue. 3 years later, that went up to $2 billion. CEOs were making $500,000 to $1 million. At Endeavors, migrant children got pet therapy, horticulture therapy, and a music therapist was paid more than $500,000 in 2022. Endeavor spent $1.4 million on conferences and $700,000 on lobbyists.
It's not surprising. I mean, we're seeing everything but the kitchen sink thrown in response to this crisis.
Charles Marino is a former senior law enforcement advisor at the Department of Homeland Security, and he has a new book out called Terrorist on the Border and in Our Country.
And let's keep in mind what these NGOs, these non-governmental organizations, are helping the government facilitate. And that is the illegal migration of approximately 15 million people into the United States.
Wait, you believe it's that many? You believe it's that high?
No doubt it's that high when you take into account the number of gotaways, which the running number has been 1.7 million, right. Which, for the past 3 years. So, we've exceeded way over 2 million by now. And then there's also the third group, the third category, which is those that are entering the country completely undetected, a number which we have no idea what that is. But back to the NGOs, Jessica, what they're doing is they've now become the official travel agency of the Department of Homeland Security and Health and Human Services. They have taken over the functionality in which the government doesn't want to have primary responsibility for coordinating and conducting because they've taken too much grief in the beginning of this crisis.
But Charles, tell me about when you were back at DHS. I mean, we've always used NGOs to a certain extent, right? Especially when there's been these big fluctuations or these big influxes, I should say, of people, right? And we had such a huge number of people coming. Was there some sort of natural relationship that already existed between the Border Patrol, between the government and these NGOs, and we just sort of turned to them and said, hey, can you help us? And here we are now giving them millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, how did it get here?
Well, there was always a natural relationship, especially along the southwest border. But these were known entities. You knew exactly the functionality that was being provided to those migrants that were coming, especially in the area of children, and it was limited. Now we see, just like any large corporation with extensive funding, that's what these NGOs have now grown into. They have an open checkbook because of the high numbers I just mentioned. And because of that, they are coming down with the same systemic problems of waste, fraud, and abuse that large organizations would encounter over time. And there's no oversight from the Department of Homeland Security or Health and Human Services. We see how disjointed they are when we come up with the topic of children. And not knowing the locations of where many of these children are, who they ultimately ended up with. And so we see that disjointedness, we see the finger pointing. So there's no universal oversight of all of this money. We're going to find that this is going to rank up there when it's all said and done with the astronomical amount of fraud that we saw in the COVID relief funding.
These reports highlight government money spent on these NGOs in 2021 and 2022. In early 2023, the New York Times reported that 85,000 migrants who came here as unaccompanied minors could not be reached after they were placed with a vetted sponsor. Last April, Tara Lee Rodas told Congress that when she volunteered with the Office of Refugee and Resettlement to help migrant kids get placed into loving homes, she found out many of them were trafficked.
Now, whether it's intentional or not, it could be argued that the United States government has become the middleman in a large-scale, multi-billion-dollar child trafficking operation that is run by bad actors seeking to profit off of the lives of children.
Jalen Swalog was a senior Health and Human Services staffer who said she warned the department about sponsors who lied about their identities and exploited children. The head of the Office of Refugee Resettlement, Robin Dunn Marcus, told a congressional panel last April about why they knew so little about what happens to kids after they've been placed with a sponsor.
Does ORR have the legal power to remove them from the sponsor's home?
Thank you for that question. ORR does not have the authority. Our custodial authority ends when the child is released to a vetted sponsor.
That prompted questions about the vetting process from Republican Congressman Scott Perry.
Whistleblowers from ORR knowingly transferred UAC to criminal and sex traffickers. If this process is working, how is that happening? A Florida grand jury pointed out an incident where 24-year-old male was erroneously vetted as a child by ORR and then proceeded to violently murder his sponsor. I'm sure you saw it in the news. If this process is working, how are these things occurring?
Just 3 weeks ago, HHS finalized new rules they said will strengthen protections for unaccompanied minors. It outlines what they call detailed criteria for placing a child. It also creates the Ombuds Office, which can investigate concerns, they say, about government actions in the unaccompanied child program.
Yeah, the numbers are just way too high for an agency like HHS to effectively manage this, whether it's through an ombudsman program, whatever you want to call it, to verify that all of these children are being taken care of, one, and ending up in the right hands and not continuing to be trafficked. You know, I've always said from the beginning that the policies that the Biden administration have put in place undercuts our entire national security and homeland security apparatus. And that includes in terms of human trafficking, where I agree with that statement. The government is serving as a middleman in the continuance of human trafficking. It undercuts everything that the Department of Homeland Security and HHS stands for. Let's remember the Department of Homeland Security has something called the Blue Campaign, which is in place to combat what? Human trafficking. So we have a whole situation here within our own government where we're at odds with one another. You have programs and agencies in place that are supposed to prevent and enforce this, and yet you have the policies of this administration that are encouraging and facilitating it.
Charles, one of the things that we're hearing about is that, for example, like Endeavors, they got a $1.3 billion contract in the year 2022. Will that sort of NGO type money end as we see these sort of new facilities open up? Like they're turning an old boarding school in Greensboro, North Carolina into one of these facilities that will house teenage unaccompanied minors. Same with a place in Dimmitt County, Texas. Is that the goal of these new influx facilities, as they're being called, that we won't be turning to the NGOs anymore? We are turning more towards, I guess, renting out or using our own facilities to some extent to house minors in the future.
Yeah, I've got to tell you, everything that you just described is part of the problem, because it serves as these gigantic pull factors for the illegal migrants that are making the dangerous journey here, because they know that they're going to be taken care of when they get into the United States, well taken care of, much better than many American families are being taken care of. So, this problem is, like I said earlier, never going to go away under this administration. Now, we need to get away from all of this, and it all starts with the international partnerships, the enforcing the laws of our country when it comes to securing the border and our immigration laws. And then from there, you have to start to wean these NGOs. Not that you would stop funding altogether, but you've got to get them back into what they're used to doing, because right now they are all being funded. We're building our own facilities because the demand is so high. So we've got to get rid of that demand problem and the pull factors.
Yeah. Finally, in the Free Press reporting, they talked to a recently retired Border Patrol agent, Chris Clem, who said that ORR has not been doing DNA testing. I was reading, though, in the Federal Register that ORR said DNA testing has not really been appropriate in many instances, that a lot of and a lot of times they'll find like a sponsor they want to vet, and the person is not necessarily genetically related to the child, and that doesn't necessarily mean that person shouldn't go with the kid. In other words, I think they were trying to say that DNA testing might be getting in the way. Is that accurate? I mean, what do you make of this sort of back and forth about DNA testing?
So early on in the Biden administration, as you may recall, they canceled the contract for DNA testing when it came to children. I agree with that. DNA testing in all situations is not going to be necessary or appropriate, which then switches the question to this. We don't have the capabilities to thoroughly vet many of the people that are coming across the southwest border. What all of a sudden gives the government the capability to now thoroughly vet somebody that claims to be a custodian of a child? So what we're talking about here is almost like what we talk about each and every day on the southwest border, and that's a layered approach to security. We want to take the same approach when it comes to handing these children, often arriving alone, and placing them into the hands of an individual. We want to know everything as much as we can to know that that individual is going to provide a safe environment for the child. So I think DNA becomes a tool in the toolbox. But again, I'm still very concerned with the capabilities to thoroughly vet individuals that are both coming into the country and those that are already here, especially if somebody is claiming to be a custodian and that custodian's in the country illegally. So we don't know if they've been thoroughly vetted coming into the country. How are we going to know that they can be thoroughly vetted now that they're in the country?
Charles Marino, CEO of Sentinel and former DHS official, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jessica.
Dumb time. Dumb Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The headlines remind us daily, the world is a dangerous place. The elites in charge say everything's fine, stop noticing. But you know better. And your gut knows that time is short to prepare for a world that is 4 missed meals away from chaos. My Patriot Supply has helped over 3 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contain delicious breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Secure at least 1 food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200, plus get free shipping on all their Ready Hour 3-month emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour Foods. My Patriot Supply also has solar power generators, water filtration units, biomass stoves, heirloom seeds, and critical survival gear. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Why is Navage perfect for allergy sufferers? Rhino Systems Medical Director Dr. Howard Levine explains.
If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you could breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier.
Navage is available at Sam's Club, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or online at Navage.com. Navage, breathe easy.
I'm Philomena, founder of Ken Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Donald Trump's former fixer Michael Cohen will return to the stand today for questioning from defense lawyers. Philly police are still searching for a suspect they believe was involved in the attack of an off-duty cop Sunday morning. And a Dunkin' Donuts in Delco unveils a giant mural honoring Jason Kelsey.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Life can get hectic. It's easy to lose focus and balance. It's time to retreat from the noise. Take a breath, regain your inner peace. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house. Our stunning 125-acre campus is the perfect place to step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, helping individuals live life centered on Christ. Go to malvernretreat.com to discover your journey. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Kyiv for an unannounced diplomatic mission to reassure Ukraine that it has U.S. support as Russia ramps up its attacks.
A strong, successful, thriving, free Ukraine is the best possible rebuke to Putin and the best possible guarantor for your future. And for all of that, the United States is and will remain a committed partner.
Blinken telling Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky more aid is coming and that it is going to make a difference. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen returns to the witness stand today for cross-examination in former President Trump's hush money trial. Trump insisting he's innocent.
They have not come close to proving fraud or that any fraud has taken place. There's no fraud here. There's no crime here.
America's listening to Fox News.
Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
After coaching one of the greatest women's college basketball players of all time, Lisa Bluder is calling it a career. Bluder, head coach of the Iowa Hawkeyes for the past 24 seasons, announced her retirement on Monday. In a statement, Bluder said in part, quote, "It has been the honor of my career to be a part of the Iowa Hawkeye family and to lead a women's basketball program filled with so many talented and remarkable young women who have gone on to do great things in their careers and, more importantly, in their lives." Bluder led the Hawkeyes to back-to-back national championship game appearances in the last 2 years and took Iowa to 18 NCAA tournament appearances. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Even saying that we made the wager under the NFL policy, they violated the policy. How they get away with it is they say, no, we're not going to give you our phone to see if we texted about it. And they could just brush it off as, yeah, we were joking around. It was never really serious. We talked about it, but no bet was actually placed. Hearsay, move on, nothing to see here, and then everybody goes about their business. That's how I would handle it. But I mean, Tom Brady, they went after him for deflating footballs with his phone. He destroyed it.
Yeah.
Before the NFL could look at it, right? I mean,
that happened. I mean, that was
like, how far do you really want to take this if you're the NFL? I guess is my point. And I keep coming back to you joke about, hey, no quarterback's been popped yet. Well, here's a quarterback. They're going to go after the ones they can prove through the betting apps.
Yeah, the
but
betting
with
apps
something like this, I think they know these guys can just play it off, and we could probably tell them, don't ever do something like that again, and move on. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power, outdated electrical panel, Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC, Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. We saw improvements in the NASDAQ to start the trading week. The index gained 47 points, but Monday saw an 81-point loss in the Dow, while the S&P 500 slipped a point. Investors are anxiously awaiting the first of this week's inflation reports due out today for signs of what action the Federal Reserve might make on interest rates. The Labor Department's producer price index data may point to cost issues with U.S. manufacturers. China has been ramping up factory output, and there's renewed demand for raw materials. A new sign of a cooling job market comes not from an economic report, but from layoffs at the job search website Indeed. That company's cutting around 1,000 jobs a year after it let more than 2,000 workers go. Many of the cuts this time are in management. Indeed CEO says having too many organizational layers has slowed down their decision-making. This morning, stock futures are close to flat to slightly higher. I'm Scott Carr, Bloomberg Radio.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Hey folks, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January of 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at the Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage status. So text HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
A good time is in the cards when St. Louis visits Philly on Friday, May 31st at 6:40, Saturday, June 1st at 7:15, and Sunday, June 2nd at 1:35. Don't miss out. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com. There's never a dull moment when the Mets visit Citizens Bank Park. Come join the fun when New York comes to Philly on Wednesday, May 15th and Thursday, May 16th, both at 6:40. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, we're David and Greg Figueroa,
founders of Melinda's Hot Sauce.
Sometimes brand testimonials feel, well, unbelievable.
So we have a fresh take. Tastimonials.
Comments from real people on the internet who love Melinda's balance of hot heat and fresh, flavorful ingredients.
At 2021 DoWork says, legendary. Nobody does it better.
What was that?
Sounds for fire emoji, touchdown emoji, and 100% emoji.
Okay. At Snack Food Mafia says, I love how they are a thicker hot sauce and not some watery junk.
Love it. At Mushroom writes, best hot sauce west of the Mississippi, also the best hot sauce east of the Mississippi.
Pro tip, that's the whole United States.
Finally, at IGP1 always says, smack so hard.
We love to hear that as much as the FCC.
Set your mouth on flavor with Melinda's Hot Sauces. Find them at your local retailer or online at melindas.com. That's MELINDAS.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, May 14th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Normally Dawn Stensland with the news, but she is out sick today. Tony Bruno in for Dawn this morning. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Action-packed Tuesday morning, and we say good morning to the man down in Florida, the great Tony Bruno.
Good morning.
Hello, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for joining me today.
No,
I
thank
Tiger
you
Woods
for
once said that.
thank you for joining us on short notice as Dawn lost her voice yesterday and is a little under the weather. So we're glad to have you and Robin with us for the next 4 hours.
Well, thank you.
Good
No,
morning,
it's always
good morning.
great. Even though, we got about 4 hours sleep, but we should be ready to go. I mean, there's no excuse. When you flip the switch, you got to be ready to go on, and we are ready to go on, kids.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We got a really good one lined up for you today. A big take on Joe Biden's big problem, in addition to Trump's troubles. We'll get to that this morning. Michael Cohen's testimony yesterday, kind of juicy, kind of interesting. Not really sure it's relevant. Not really sure I've seen any crime or any fraud. We'll get to that this morning. DEI on the chopping blocks at North Carolina. Free speech and protests. And I got to go off on these people that just keep throwing hatred and I think racism right in the face of Caitlin Clark, who has done nothing but be a great basketball player. We'll get to that this morning. And also retirement goals coming up in the final hour of today's show. The cut sheet will be absolutely loaded. But Tony Bruno, I think I would be missing the lead here if we didn't carve out a few moments to figure out what exactly has transpired in your latest Twitter suspension/ban, sir.
Your guess is as good as mine, Nick. I have no idea what's going on. And it's interesting because, I lost my original account. We've already told that story, and it was suspended, and basically everything, all of my 80,000, 90,000 followers were gone. So then I started a new account after rebuilding. I built back better. I thought I did. I got up to like 8,000 followers, right? It's a slow build. And it was Bruno. What was the new account, Robin, we set up a couple months ago?
Tony Bruno Nation.
Tony Bruno Nation. So we did that. And then all of a sudden I tweet the other day, hey, it's great to be back. I kept promoting the show. And I said, hey, I want to thank everybody, all of my followers. You now know where I am. My goal is to speak truth to power, and for people who respond to my tweets, I will respond back. One of those, and I pinned that. Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden, later in the day, I think it was Saturday, because we've been working on the House build.
Yep.
All of a sudden, I get this. Robin sees it. Your account has been suspended.
Oh no!
And I'm like, what? So then Robin sent the message in. Well, I sent one in. Why have I been suspended? Can you tell me what I did?
Yeah.
And then they gave the. Right away, it wasn't even something that was
it's
reviewed.
an automated. It's their algorithm.
Yeah, but normally, if you respond and say, okay, appeal, you appeal.
Yep.
I mean, even Donald Trump's appeal will be easier than this if he's convicted or if there's a hung jury.
Well, I have a sneaky suspicion that we know what's going on. One, as you well know, we had some a breakup of TBSN, and there are some disgruntled people who somehow feel that Tony did them wrong when they're the ones that
How are these people who are insignificant anymore in the grand scheme of things to us? How do they have the power to get me suspended?
Well, here's what they can do. You can mass report somebody, and the algorithm in Twitter as soon as you get so many reports, even if it's fake, it doesn't matter if it's substantial or not. But if you get so many reports, they automatically shut you down.
Wow.
Until you have a review. Well,
the review was like instantaneous,
which means that there's nobody there reviewing it. Actually, they're just like, oh, no, it's too bad, so sad.
Wow.
And until you can actually get through to somebody, a real person that can actually have eyes and look at it, because I think I posted it earlier, the actual tweet that they claim caused this controversy for violent speech.
Violent speech is now the easiest thing to claim. And a couple of the things that I posted last week was when all of these protests were going on, you know, and then when I see, for example, on Libs of TikTok, one of the sites we all follow, when I see some creep, and anybody will agree that when you see a creep who's molested a child or rapist of a child, and they post a picture up, I routinely post a picture of a wood chipper, but not with somebody being thrown in it, just a wood chipper. Because let's be honest, when you hear about someone doing something heinous to a child or an animal, you know, the first thing. So I don't put violent. That is posting an anonymous wood chipper just sitting there, violent speech in any way, shape, or form.
We might need to post a poll question, Tony.
What's that? Is that not a legitimate question?
That's a poll question, I think.
Violent speech.
Yes.
Here's the automated email that we received.
Go full screen with that, Phil.
Yeah, let's go full screen here.
Let's go full screen. Let's put an Octobox.
There
I've
it
been
is.
suspended for violating the rules due to a user report violating violent speech.
Oh, no. It's insurrectionist, Tony.
And that is it right there.
So I can still see tweets coming to my account.
Okay.
And they still charge me $8 a month, but I can't tweet. I can't. My follow count is back down to 0. And so what's the purpose of even having me on? If you're going to suspend my account but allow me to just see what's
Tony,
on there.
As you can see, Tony didn't even actually say anything. It was just a repost of somebody else's video.
Okay.
And I mean, he didn't even.
And it's one of the accounts that's really funny. It's the guy called 3-Year Letterman. Have you seen that guy?
I have.
He's pretty funny.
Yeah, I have.
He's the guy that pretends he's a coach and he has all these crazy stuff. And this is most fun and game stuff. You know, this isn't violent. And the other thing I posted was the Crusades. Now, of course, we've had a lot of talk about jihad and Sharia law and all this other stuff that's happening, college campuses with the kids going crazy. And then the one thing I posted last week, I said, it's time for, and then there's a picture of the Crusades. And the Crusades, obviously, back in the day were when the Catholics rose up or the Christians rose up and shut it down. And so if that's violent speech, talking about we need to bring the Crusades back, or having a picture of a wood chipper in relationship to some pervert and people who have been caught molesting, raping, or abusing children, if that's violent speech, then Elon Musk should just shut down the site.
I know.
There are people on there doing some of the most heinous things.
Yeah.
And so I just don't understand it.
You're like Donald Trump
I know
right
they can
now.
identify images of wood chippers, the AI. But it's not like there's wood chipper. These are all GIFs or GIFs. Have we decided if it's GIFs or GIFs yet?
I prefer GIF, and I like GIF over GIF, but I prefer my GIF chunky over smooth. You know what I'm saying?
I can go either way, or either way, depending on.
By the way, can we all agree that Elon Musk is not a bastion of free speech?
No.
Like I've been saying for the last year.
You nailed it. What a fraud.
Seriously.
This guy's
He's not a fraud. I've been defending Elon Musk.
Yeah,
I know, but I haven't.
He's gag ordered you like Mershon gagged Trump.
I know.
It's an outrage.
I mean, I'm gonna have to call my good buddy Michael Cohen to see if he'll speak on my behalf.
I know.
Are there any secret
Michael
recordings?
Cohen's allowed to go on.
Are there any secret recordings of you?
The Krasenstein brothers, two of the slimiest weasels you will ever see, Philly guys who live here in Southwest Florida, are on Twitter every day, but because they generate a lot of money because they get a lot of morons who view their tweets where they're, tweeting things like, I believe Michael Cohen, and they let that stuff go on there. That's not hate speech.
Right. Yeah, you're going to have to do
anyway, it just doesn't make any sense.
You're going to have to pack the Twitter board with conservative justices, Tony. You're going to have to hire Elena Haba and appeal, delay, sir.
I'd hire Elena Haba just come out and spend some time at the pool with me.
Well, I mean, who wouldn't, brother?
Across from Mar-a-Lago, just come on 75 all the way across Alligator Alley and spend some time at the pool. I am Hannibal Lecter. I am the great Hannibal Lecter, as Donald Trump said over the weekend in Wildwood, New Jersey.
You've been indicted more than Alphonse Capone.
The thing that's frustrating is that the original Twitter ban, which happened more than a year ago.
Yeah.
This was before Elon. I mean, it was right when Elon was taking over. So
That's
there was
right.
that transition period.
Yep.
And we accounted it to there still being a lot of the original people still working there that were trying to get rid of any kind of conservative talk.
Mhm.
Anybody that was not on their side, they were getting rid of.
All right, enough about me. Karen Desiderio says, face it, Greg, you're not getting a word in today. So, no, that's it. That's enough about the Twitter stuff. It's just frustrating because, I don't, I go on Facebook every once in a while, but I got a house being built.
Being monetized.
Yes.
Being monetized on Twitter.
I made like $84 last month. And then all of a sudden they shut me down.
What's that get you, a half a tank of gas these days?
No, I could fill it up with $84.
Oh, beautiful, man. Beautiful.
As long as there's a quarter tank in there.
There you go.
That's all that matters. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
We got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning, but right now let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by the North to Shore Festival. The Big Take, Biden's big problem and Trump's troubles. The bad polls for Joe Biden keep on happening. The court cases stacked against Donald Trump are not working. Democratic pollsters such as James Carville losing their minds because the spaghetti won't stick on the wall. Legal analysts on both CNN and Fox News have shot holes through the case of every single court proceeding against Donald Trump. The Biden administration has been seen as cool, calm, and collected in public. But are they panicking behind closed doors? Over the last 48 hours, the speculation has picked up once again that the big guy could be replaced at the DNC convention this summer. I still believe that Biden will be the nominee because they can't ditch Joe for Gavin Newsom because that would be sexist and racist to have someone from the vice president's home state of California that is a straight white male leapfrogging the second in command. And they just can't ditch Joe for Kamala because that would ensure a Trump victory. So the plan, in my opinion, is ride Biden until the wheels fall off, if they haven't already, and then the possibility of Kamala Harris taking over as president at some point in Joe's second term is a distinct reality. But Biden has big problems right now, mainly because Americans, they tend to forget and move on to the next thing that outrages them. We have short attention spans, and we just move on to the next thing. And that's bad news for the big guy. According to Axios, quote, a big problem for President Biden's re-election campaign, COVID-19 and January 6th have been pushed to the back of many people's minds, according to recent polling. In the latest New York Times Siena polling, a total of 1,059 registered voters were surveyed between April 7th and April 11th, 2024. And the question was this: what is the one thing Americans say they remember most about Donald Trump's presidency? 39% said Trump's behavior. 24% said the economy. 9% said immigration. 5% said foreign policy. But only 5% said January 6th. And only 4% said COVID-19. That is remarkably frightening if you are Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. A combined 9% on J6 and COVID-19. If 95% of people don't remember January 6th, if you're a Democrat, that's not good news for you. But this is why the Biden administration sells threat to democracy and all of the fear porn about insurrections and dictator on day one. And according to this poll, Americans largely don't have either sitting top of mind. Axios goes on to write, these were two of the biggest news stories in recent American history. Voters are forgetting their association with the Trump presidency. Voters are, by far, most likely to negatively cite former President Trump's behavior and positively cite his great economy, the poll found. Translation, mean tweets, but cash in my pocket, baby. The Dems have to be worried about these shocking poll results. Why? Because if they can't sell fear, they can't sell Biden. From the New York Times to CNN we go. Here is part one of some shocking poll numbers being shared just on Sunday morning on CNN. Listen and watch part one.
Look, these Sunbelt battleground states, Frankly, for the Joe Biden campaign, these numbers are an absolute disaster. The smallest lead is in Arizona for Donald Trump. He's up 6. Look at this, 9 in Georgia, 13 in Nevada. My goodness gracious, my God. That is a huge lead. No Democrat has lost that state since John Kerry lost it back in 2004. How about these Great Lake battleground states? This is something that the Joe Biden campaign can work with. Look, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump up 3, but that's well within the margin of error. Wisconsin, Donald Trump up 1, well within the margin of error. And actually, a Joe Biden lead well within the margin of error, up a point here. This they can work with the Joe Biden campaign. This, the Donald Trump campaign, absolutely loves, and it looks like a lot of the other polling on the Sun Belt.
Absolute disaster. My goodness gracious, my God. As I said on yesterday's show, I think Trump's going to take North Carolina. I think Trump will take Nevada and Georgia as well. I think Arizona is going to be close, but he could very well win there. This election will come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Here's part 2 of the bad news for Biden on CNN. Listen and watch this.
Into the numbers, why do you think Biden is doing better in the Great Lakes and Trump is doing so much better in the Sun Belt?
Yeah, the Trump coalition is changing. That's basically what's cooking here. This is at least one of the big reasons why. So this is among likely voters in all these battleground states we just spoke about. Back in 2020, 84% of the Trump campaigns, the Trump coalition was white. Look where it is now. It's 78%. The non-white portion of the Trump coalition, it was 13% in 2020. Look at this now. It's 19%. So the Trump coalition is becoming more diverse. And, of course, those Sun Belt battleground states are more diverse than the Great Lake battleground states.
You're looking at the Nevadas and the Arizonas here.
Of course. If you look at Nevada, Arizona, heavy Hispanic population, Georgia, heavily African-American population. With the Michigan does have some black voters in it, but Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are heavily, heavily white.
That's very interesting. Okay, add it all up. What does this say about where the race stands right now? We're talking Electoral College and the race to 270.
Yeah, the race to 270. It's advantage Donald Trump, but he's not over the 270 mark just yet, all right? So if we flip Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia here in your lighter shades of pink, you add them to the states, and of course the 2nd Congressional District up in Maine, which Donald Trump won last time around, that gets him to 268 electoral votes. If we keep Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in the too close to call category, along with Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District, Joe Biden at 225. So it's advantage Donald Trump, but Joe Biden does at this point have a path to 270.
Yeah, and right now, as you're pointing out, neither.
Yeah.
Neither there.
Neither there.
And we have a long road to it
Yes,
still.
we do.
And according to Real Clear Politics and their polling averages, if these polls are accurate, Donald Trump could get up to 312 votes from the Electoral College to Joe Biden's 226. However, if Biden can flip and win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin while losing North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada to Donald Trump, he would hit the magic number of 270 Electoral College votes right on the head. The final score would read Biden 270, Trump 268. And as I've been saying, razor thin election. Republicans, Trump supporters, old guard GOP voters, Biden haters. Listen to me and listen to me clearly. You can beat Joe Biden if you acknowledge your weakness and do what you need to do. I've been saying for multiple years, embrace mail-in ballots. Do what the Dems do and do it better. But don't take it from me, take it from Fox News. The headline says the following, quote, "The secret to Republican victory in 2024 is hiding in plain sight. If Republicans want to win the 2024 elections, they need to understand this key fact." Here's an excerpt of this column on Fox News. Many Republicans will be shocked to learn that Election Day 2024 happens long before November 5th. In fact, it hurts the Republican cause and the elections of Donald Trump and House and Senate Republicans to focus narrowly on just November 5th. The first election dates are September 16th in Pennsylvania and then September 20th in Minnesota and South Dakota. The next election days are September 23rd in Mississippi, the 24th in Missouri, and there are 43 other states and the District of Columbia that follow with their early voting dates. Only Alabama and New Hampshire do not have early voting. Here's an example of why this matters. In 2022, the Republican Senate campaign in Pennsylvania was focused on Election Day in November. The campaign did not begin advertising until long after early voting had started. As a result, 40% of Pennsylvanians had already cast their ballots before the major Republican ads had aired. Republicans have a history of failing to get the vote out early, and this has a compounding negative effect. First, it means Republican turnout on Election Day must be dramatically higher to make up for the number of Democratic votes already in the ballot box. Secondly, and probably most importantly, it means that Republican candidates have not been able to focus on the low propensity voters, those who are least likely to turn out. Shifting Republicans from their focus on Election Day and their reluctance to vote early is a major job. Getting it done in 1 year will require a really focused, determined, and enthusiastic effort. A serious win from day one approach will significantly increase the likelihood of Republican victories in 2024. And it is the right response to the campaign world that the Democrats have built. The time to change is now. Let me wrap by saying this, and let me make a sports analogy that is easy to digest. You're the Philadelphia Eagles. You are playing the Dallas Cowboys. The Eagles are the Republicans. The Cowboys are the Democrats. You decide as the Eagles to completely take the first quarter off. You take off the second quarter as well. It's halftime. Scoreboard reads Dallas 24, Philadelphia nothing. You then decide to flip the switch and try to play catch up, but the deficit is too steep and way too insurmountable. This is what Republicans do to themselves every election cycle. Then they wonder why they lose. Don't give the Biden administration any wiggle room to win a second term. Biden has big problems. Don't make the same mistakes. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by the North to Shore Festival Experience. Prudential presents North to Shore, New Jersey's biggest music and arts festival, coming up in June, Asbury Park, Atlantic City, and Newark, featuring performances by the B-52s, the Bare Naked Ladies, Stephen Colbert, Happy Together, and more. All June long, all Jersey, North to Shore. .com. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. You can get us on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, fire away in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons today. Tony Bruno and Miss Robin are in for Dawn this morning. We're back after this on a Tuesday edition of Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Toyota is proud to present the 97th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River May 17th and 18th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village near the grandstand finish line, where the 2024 Toyota lineup will be on display. Come and visit the world's oldest and largest high school rowing competition along the Schuylkill River and see a variety of 2024 Toyota trucks at the Athletes Village near the launching dock. See you at the regatta. Toyota, let's go places.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 2/20? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Open that window and get a breath of fresh air. This spring, PJ Fitzpatrick has great deals to replace your leaky old windows with beautifully designed, budget-friendly, energy-efficient, American-made windows. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with almost any budget. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com today.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you want to make lifetime memories with your family and friends, book a June midweek getaway to my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Stay 3 nights and get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights get you $70 a night. Stay 7 nights and get $80 a night in resort credit. And you can use the resort credits how you want to use them. Food and drinks in Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates, but you gotta book soon because rooms are going fast. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate events, baby showers, bridal showers, and so much more. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Just call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin. She'll help you book your dream event. Book your stay today at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Yeah, baby, nothing but a good time here on Kayal and Company. That's how we do it, Monday through Friday, 6 to 10. Welcome back in, 6:30 here on this Tuesday morning. It is Nick Kayal Tony Bruno in for Dawn Stenzelin today. Miss Robin here as well. Stalker on the ones and twos, as they say in the industry. Behind the glass. 855-839-1210. I got to tell you, Tony Bruno, I mean, I've got Dawn who loses her voice. You're getting silenced on Twitter. I think Merrick Garland has a weaponized attack against this show right now.
There's no doubt about it.
If Stalker disappears, I'm going to have to file a report here.
It's a vast left-wing conspiracy. Can we say that?
Yeah, I think it is safe to say. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But let me get your thoughts on this, because I'm thinking about this with Biden over the weekend and then yesterday. You see all these bad poll numbers, and then you see this survey and this poll from Axios and some other sources where only 5% of people, just under 1,100 people polled, bring up January 6th as top of mind with Donald Trump. That's got to be a major cause for concern if you're an administration that has hammered home January 6th for 3.5 years. And oh, by the way, all these cases are crumbling before our very eyes, to the point yesterday where James Carville, wearing like his LSU sweater, is doing a viral video ranting and raving. He's like, nothing we do works. The guy's Teflon Don. And here we are. And all these people are just losing their minds, because I think most Americans either don't care, they've checked out, or they just don't view any of these trials in January 6th to be a major issue with their voting thoughts for this year.
No, I totally agree. And the one thing that I've always been concerned about is having the spaghetti stick on the wall. First of all, as an Italian, yes, you never throw spaghetti at the wall. Or as a Greek, you never throw the plate with spaghetti. Well, you do, but you eat the spaghetti first, or whatever you're having. But the spaghetti sticking on the wall, I get all the analogies, but I've never seen, and I've met James Carville many times.
Oh,
you know, he's a Cajun dude.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether this is an act, or he's just trying to get people riled up, or he's convinced. I mean, let's be honest. You saw, and I love checking the media after something happens. That's pretty much what I do now.
Yeah.
I see the Wildwood crowd, right, on the news, and then I check to see what, like, Will Bunch and the Philadelphia Inquirer and all the other people. You see things, and then you read what people are reporting on the things that you saw with your own eyes, and then you realized that the media is cheerleading for one side. I get that. That's been going on for a long time. So when you have a corrupt media, and then you have the polling and the thing about it is the CNN, you know, they can't hold that back.
No.
And so I'm sure that all the Democratic strategists out there, they're the ones who are like, don't do that, CNN. How can you put those poll numbers up there? Because they have to put the poll numbers up there. Because, again, do the polls matter right now? No.
Right.
But in the big take, when you're talking about early voting, you know, that's something that people don't do. And the fact that we have early voting for like a month before the election, I mean, that's what's really changed in the whole grand scheme of things, especially in 2020 with the pandemic, having states like Pennsylvania and Shapiro change the rules midstream. So the Democrats have it figured out. The Republicans, as you mentioned, they have to get their acts together. But this is what's happening. People are figuring out, and then you got Kamala Harris, whose only concern seems to be abortion. And so they're pushing abortion. They can't push the economy. Even if they tell people the economy, they blame the consumer companies. Oh, the prices are going up, so let's blame the companies who are trying to make money in this economy. Yeah, and so it's never the people who are in charge's fault.
Right.
It's always the companies that are trying to make ends meet. And again, I know there's big companies who make gazillions of dollars in profits, and that's what everybody uses. Well, you know, companies, they're shrinking things. We got to get rid of all of these surcharges. You can't charge people more. And then in big cities like Philly and New York, they want to have Uber prices go up when there's more people. So who's doing that? Who's causing that to happen? If we have surge pricing when the demand exceeds the supply, that's what they do.
Yep.
Same thing with foods. When there's not enough food, not enough eggs or milk, the prices go up. Gasoline, the prices go up. So you can always blame corporate America. And listen, I'm no lapdog for corporate America. The bottom line is, this is, you know, it's about massaging the numbers. And the one thing I don't like to do at this hour of the morning, Nick, is math.
Yeah.
If there's any math involved, I'm out.
Never.
I'm out.
You're out.
It's not just the morning that you don't like to do math.
No, I hate math.
I always hated science, though. I always prefer math and numbers. I'm going to give you some numbers here because I thought this was great. Tony Bruno, by the way, in for Dawn Stensland this morning, who lost her voice. So, we've talked about this, how strategically smart it is for Joe Biden to keep coming to Pennsylvania. Late last week, Kamala Harris was back in Montgomery County talking about abortion. But you know what? We talk about numbers. The numbers aren't adding up. Even though Biden's been here, I think, 21 times since he's been elected, either he and or Kamala Harris. The latest New York Times Philadelphia Inquirer polling in Pennsylvania, despite the amount of times Joe has come here compared to Trump, and it's probably a 10-1, 20-2 advantage over the last couple of years, Trump is leading Biden 47 to 44% with registered voters in the state of Pennsylvania. He's got a 3-point lead, according to this article in the Inquirer. And then when you throw in third-party candidates, the gap is similar, but Joe Biden doesn't even hit 40%. There was 1,023 registered voters that were conducted in this poll from April 28th to May 7th. And we've also been told over the last couple of days in Bucks County, the registered advantage for voters of Democrats to Republicans was once 9,000 voters, is now under 2,000 voters. So Republicans have chipped away 7,000 registered voters in Bucks County, which could very well determine the state, which could very well determine the election. I think it's time to send out that Scott Pressler cat, send him into Bucks County, and let him clear up the last little bit of a deficit here. I think the big takeaway is, even though if you told me today, Nick, I need you to make a decision, who do you think will win Pennsylvania, Biden or Trump? My gut tells me Biden still wins PA, but it's not working, Tony. Every time he comes here, it's not resulting in the polls. It's almost like Pennsylvanians are pretty set in their minds, and they're almost ignoring the big guy, and he doesn't seem to move the needle one way or the other for the state.
No, the thing about Biden and Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, I mean, let's be honest, Philadelphia is the headquarters of the DNC. The Comcast people, they're the the bundlers. Remember when President Obama used to come in, he'd go up to Chestnut Hill and hang out with his billionaire friends. The same people who are denouncing billionaires for not paying their fair share, they always seem to find their way to billionaires' homes to have all these exotic fundraisers. And that's what politicians do.
Right.
But the bottom line is, and ipso facto nails it, it's fuel. Fuel is the number one thing. When fuel prices are high, everything goes up. And on the robotics, they raise the minimum wage to $20. Look what's happening in California. So for people who just say, well, it's the companies are reacting to what's going on in the real world.
Right.
And that's the problem but about Philadelphia again. Listen, if the Republicans can get out the dead voters like the Democrats do in the Philadelphia area and the suburbs, if we can get the dead people in Bucks and Montgomery County to start voting, I think then things maybe will even themselves out in the long run.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in with us here on the conversation. All right, let's get to yesterday's Smut Fest in New York as we had all this ridiculous Michael Cohen nonsense. Stormy Daniels, Michael Cohen, this, that, and the other thing. So Cohen testifies yesterday, and there's a couple of, interesting quotes that are out there. Cohen says that Melania would talk about the Access Hollywood tape, and Trump would refer to it as locker room talk. And then, of course, we find out, and you could hear the tapes. They're out there on the internet and social media. It's about 2.5 or 3 minutes. Kind of painful to sit through, a lot of dead air as Trump was secretly recorded leading up to the 2016 election, which is illegal. And Cohen has admitted to recording Trump without his knowledge, which is something you cannot do. So that came out yesterday in court. And then there was the audio bite of Trump saying we just need to get past the election in regards to dragging out the hush money talks, which, by the way, the last time I checked, just trying to get past the election and dragging out a non-disclosure agreement conversation, also not illegal. But I just look at Cohen yesterday, Tony, and I'm reading all these people's opinions and commentaries and listening to that phone call. It's like 2 minutes and 45 seconds long. So you're going to tell me Alvin Bragg has basically taken a porn star who's changed her story multiple times, and then you have a guy like Michael Cohen, a disgraced, disbarred lawyer who no longer has his license to practice law. The man served 13 months in the joint, and he's also pimping a reality TV show. And yet we still have not been shown what the crime is or if there was fraud. I don't know where this Alvin Bragg case is going other than a whole bunch of nowhere, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, the fact that he's up there, this is a guy going on CNN the night before he testifies. He's got ads running where he's got pictures of Trump in a jail cell, and they have a gag order on Trump. Alvin Bragg and Letitia James, obviously before the election in 2020, were out to get Trump. So anybody who understands common sense law, you don't even have to be a lawyer. You don't have to watch Judge Judy or Judge Wapner or any of the 7,000 judge shows that are now on to know that this is a joke. Yeah, Wapner's no longer with us, but let's be honest, he's the OG, is he not?
He is, absolutely. Nothing like some Wapner on a
Wapner. Got to see
when
Wapner.
you're home from
3
school.
o'clock.
Right,
I need to do my TV judge power rankings later today and this afternoon.
We're going to have a Mount Rushmore of television judges, or let's get it back to the Eagles, as they say on sports radio these days. Meanwhile, the Phillies, by the way, last night in your quick sports update, in case you missed it, Phillies came back and won this game. Bryson Stott with the Phillies got a lucky break, though. There should have been a strikeout, but the Mets got screwed in their own building last night by the umpires. But Phillies take it. They get a big win in New York against the Mets last night.
Beautiful.
From behind.
It's funny, however bad the Mets are, and they usually are bad, the Phillies always have a tough time against them.
It's always interesting, right?
Yeah,
Lots of drama.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the Marlins. They're bad for 15 years in a row. The Phillies struggle with them. And then the Marlins win a World Series with a payroll of like $80 million.
Exactly.
Bizarre. 855-839-1210 is the number.
By the way, Judge Dredd does not count in the greatest judges of all time.
It's true. True.
I'm trying to think of some of these other judge shows. You had Judge Judy. You had Judge Mills Lane.
Mills Lane.
Remember Mills Lane had a show? It was after the whole Tyson Holyfield bite night thing. He ended up being a TV judge. There's others out there as well. There's who's the guy that used to look like Steve Harvey that had a judge show? What is his name?
There's Judge Joe Brown.
Judge Joe Brown.
Judge Mathis.
Judge Mathis. That's who I'm thinking of. Yep.
Judge Maybelline.
Yep.
I know her personally. I met her in L.A.
Maybe it's
I mean,
Maybelline?
anybody could be a judge. And the fact that this trial isn't televised is the outrage.
It really
because
is.
I got to tell you, whoever the court artists are,
have
you seen these sketches?
They're terrible.
Did you see the sketch of Michael Cohen yesterday?
I know.
Terrible.
It looked like his eyes were gouged out. Whoever's drawing eyes, they need to go back to art school. They need to come to Philadelphia and get themselves an art institute. Oh, they went out of business, right? But the students and the school who all went under, they got paid.
It's
Somebody needs to pay court. If you're an art student out there, I highly recommend you try to become a courtroom artist, because whoever's doing the courtroom art right now,
terrible.
It looks like a horror movie.
It looks
At
like
first
one.
I thought
Go ahead,
At
Robin.
first I thought it was that there was just they were like trying to make Trump look bad, but then I saw the other ones. They're all equally
They're
horrible.
all bad. It's like when my daughters start drawing with their 64 pack of Crayola crayons and they make me a picture and I'm like, oh, this is beautiful, honey.
What is it?
What did you make, Daddy? Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Judge Smales, of course, but that, of course, was in the Great Caddyshack, Judge Smales.
Judge
Bushwood.
6:43, we're already off the rails. 855-839-1210. That's how we do it. Cut sheet in 1 hour. Coming up next, we'll put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. A major shout out to the University of North Carolina. Wait till you hear this story. Long overdue, but will people follow suit and come along for the ride? We'll get into that as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. Next, it's Kayal and Company. Bruno in for Dawn here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success, including enhanced mobile reporting, direct integration to delivery apps, 24/7 customer service, and so much more. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ can help. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Oh, yeah. All you griddle gurus best get your game faces on, cause it's grilling season at Gerhardt's. And that means all systems go for great deals on the latest grills that'll sizzle your grizzle off. Whether you're a tong man or spatula lady, Gerhardt's Appliances has all the propane-powered patio powerhouses to turn that frozen filet mignon into a fire-grilled filet mignon.
Summer's almost here, and it's time to tackle that to-do list. With an American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard, get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Dom Giordano at noon, Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company rolling on 6:48 live on this Tuesday morning, 6 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Best Work Industries for the Blind, a nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind provides training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. Kayal and Company as we roll on Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in for Dawn this morning, hanging out with Stalker and myself. If you want to jump in, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210. I want to get to this, Tony. I thought this was a great story, and I think this kind of started with your governor in Florida, Ron DeSantis, pretty much disbanding all the DEI programs and the DEI funding at the state universities in Florida. And now another red state, swing state, if you want to call it that, North Carolina. We're seeing at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, the university and their board of trustees reportedly voted on Monday to dismantle its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. And not only are they getting rid of DEI, they're going to transfer the millions in funding to not only public safety, but also campus police. Greg, if we could play this real quickly. This was K1. Here's a little 30-second snippet of the UNC Board of Trustees saying DEI must go away. Take a listen to this.
And I'll just make one last comment. You know, we talk about peaceful protest, but when you destroy property or you take down the U.S. flag, and you have to put up gates around it that cost money, or deploy officers to do that. North Carolinians are watching all of this and they are not happy. And I think it's imperative that we have the proper resources for our law enforcement to protect the campus. And that means our property, and that means our flag as well.
I got to tell you, Bruno, I think a lot of these experiments slowly, one by one, whether it's defunding the police, DEI, a lot of these absurd, idiotic concepts of the last 3.5 years are slowly starting to fall by the wayside. And I think people are realizing a lot of it is indefensible at this point.
Exactly. In North Carolina, you know, Michael Jordan, big alum, you would think he would fund the police department on his own residuals.
Yeah, right.
But no, people are waking up. And that's the bottom line. You send your kids to school to get an education. And we saw people ripping up diplomas and all the nonsense and the Jerry Seinfeld stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous. These kids, 20 years from now, when they go back and remember the year they graduated from college, they're going to say, boy, were we stupid. We've all done that. When I go back and think of things that I did when I was 18, 19 years old, let's say, man, was I stupid? And this is going to be real. And the fact that these people are out there doing this and expect to get hired with the Columbia and the Harvard and all this other stuff going on, just embarrassing. Yeah. Embarrassing to the schools and to the students and to the and there's faculty members involved. That's the biggest problem. I get the kids being dumb, but the faculty members being involved in a lot of these protests and getting arrested. Why? That's not your job.
Well, and that's where a lot of it comes from. These teachers, it starts in the high school ranks and then it goes into college. And certainly the higher level institution like a Harvard, a Columbia, a Penn, that's where you see all this radical thought coming from, where a lot of these professors, a lot of these academic advisors and leaders and deans and chancellors, they're all super left, they're all progressive. And I mean, you try going on a college campus these days, specifically an Ivy League school, and we've cited the stats. I mean, it's like 92% or higher, all liberal college students and faculty members. You can't find a conservative on campus, and if you do, they're usually quiet about it because they don't want to be outed by the masses that are patrolling the campuses as left-wing nutjobs.
And if they bring anybody in who is a so-called conservative to speak, then they have to bring in police to protect that person to go on the campus.
Like Riley Gaines, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about absolutely out of control whack jobs where somebody who they don't agree with is not even allowed to go on campus. Tell me how far the pendulum has swung where these so-called free speech people out there, you know, the Berkeleys and the place where free speech started, now all of a sudden have become places where you can't go unless everybody agrees with you or the majority of people agree with you. That's what stuff, people see that. You don't even have to be a big political person. You don't even have to be a Republican or a Democrat to see that. It's just absolutely insane, and it makes zero sense.
The unanimous decision by the trustees will reallocate $2.3 million that the university was spending on DEI programs on an annual basis. It'll now be shifted towards police and public safety measures as part of its annual budget approval process. According to this story from Fox, the board's 5-person committee on university governance already voted last month to reverse and replace a policy related to DEI, but the full board of 24 members must vote to repeal to take effect. So we'll see how this continues to play out, but it's, I think, a step in the right direction. I think Florida kind of started this. Carolina is going to pick up on it. I think a lot of red states will. I don't expect blue states to do it, so I don't expect it to happen in Pennsylvania with any of our public schools here in the Keystone State, but slowly but surely, and this is why elections have consequences and elections matter, because if the Republicans can find a way to take not only back the White House, but the Senate, a lot of these programs will be chopped down. 855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back. Hour number 2 on the way. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in for Dawn Stensland as we continue. It's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Thinking about popping the question? Springtime is the perfect time to show that special person in your life how much you care. When you show them that beautiful cozy diamond, they won't have any doubts thanks to Cozy's 5 C's. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and the cozy touch. All that adds up to an unforgettable moment. And an engagement ring from Cozy Jewelers is the only way to improve on a perfect spring day. So head to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square for all your jewelry needs. Or shop online at cozyjewelers.com.
Baseball is back, and so is MLB.tv. Watch every out-of-market regular season game on your favorite streaming devices, anywhere, anytime, all season long. Follow the action live or on demand. Track 4 games at once with multi-view mode and catch up with in-game highlights. Plus, original programs, minor league broadcasts, and local pre- and post-game shows. Go to MLB.tv to start your free trial today. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Rebates, and tax credits. This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Now is the time to replace that old heating and cooling equipment that you've been putting off replacing. Did you know that between PICO, the manufacturers, and federal tax credits, we can save you up to $3,800? Look, we know that replacing your HVAC equipment isn't cheap, so call our family-owned and run company and let our expertise in this area help you get high-efficiency, reliable equipment for a fair price. Visit us at marvincans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Allen Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Watch out!
Go home to your mom.
It's Kayal and Company getting it done here on a Tuesday. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in the house. Not burning down the house, but in the house. No. As Dawn is out this morning, lost her voice. She'll be back hopefully tomorrow. Rough stretch for Dawn. Interview Trump on Friday. Rally on Saturday. Mother's Day on Sunday.
Did she go to Wildwood? Was she in Wildwood?
No, she was not. She was not. But a big weekend. A lot of publicity, a lot of good stuff for our Trump interview, so we appreciate everybody for that. We've got.
Can we still give you a bumpty bump for not actually going?
Yes, you can actually. Yes, we discussed this on Saturday. For those who don't know,
we have that in the system.
No, I don't have the prices right. Do you have it in yours?
I have it. I don't know if mine is this on, Robin.
Yes, it is.
Let's see if it'll play.
Don't cross the streams,
because
Beckman.
you deserve one of these, man.
Yes,
I mean,
I
even though you did a great job.
Yes.
But you should get one of those that we used to give regularly.
Yes.
Especially since you then find out that you got a personal invitation.
I know, but I couldn't make it time wise. It was just not going to.
He was golfing.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Do we have it?
Can you hear that?
No.
No, it sounds like a toilet or something. What was that? It was a bad
That
flush.
was actually
that was the bumpty bump.
Yeah, it just doesn't come across on the Zoom call for whatever reason.
Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, no, I couldn't make it. I didn't find out about it until 4:00. So unless I was going to get the Greg Stocker private charter treatment, which
Well, somebody put up there on the chat yesterday that you knew the rally was happening because you interviewed the man on Friday.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well, or going to a rally as opposed to getting a personal invite from the president. Two different things.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I get you. I get you.
I will go next time for sure. If there's another rally in the Pennsylvania area between now and the election,
there will be.
There will be. I will take in one for the first time in my life for sure. Bruno, have you ever?
I know we got a lot of news. Everybody.
Yeah.
Nick and Greg and Robin and the boys in the back. But we got a couple of Florida updates today because we are here in the epicenter of Lee County, Florida, where our great sheriff, Carmen Marcino, has an update. Plus, we have a lot update.
No.
Now, I don't know if you've been following.
No.
One thing, I can't go on my Twitter account, but I can go live to my lot where my home or my forever home is being built. You want to see it? You want to get a live update?
Yeah.
This is a live shot now, because we have an actual camera on our building lot, and we have progress, ladies and gentlemen. People want progress.
Yes, they do.
Let's go to have the video, Robin? Bring it up. This is not video. This is live. We'll do it live.
What is this, like a doorbell cam?
No, it's an actual webcam that is above the lot,
Look at
high
that.
over Cape Coral and the Northwest Cape.
Beautiful.
The stem wall is up, baby. Look at that. That is, you are looking live.
When is it supposed to be done?
Hopefully by Christmas, but that's the
Nice.
stem wall. That's only, let's see, Saturday the 4th is when they dug the footers. And then they did some, they put the rebar in the footers.
Nice.
And then they poured the, last Friday, they poured the concrete in the footers. And then they did some work on Saturday. And then yesterday, the stem wall. So now they'll have to go in and put dirt in there and then bring in the plumbing and the electrical underground and then pour the slab. And then boom, the walls will go up very, very, very soon.
Now, will you finish the wall?
I will build the wall. There'll be there's just another brick in there, but these are blocks. There's no bricks in this wall.
No brick in
It's
the wall.
blocks,
Yep.
baby.
Yep.
It's blocks.
Yep.
And you're right on the water there as well. That looks beautiful. That's
right
gonna be a
there.
beautiful
That's
spot.
the spreader canal. And if you look in the back there, that's where the sun sets every night. And that's why we when we found this lot 4 years ago, Robin and I said that's where we want to build our forever home.
Well, there you go.
And so now, after 3 years of waiting for permits, it is underway, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna have to come down and have
This
some
will
cocktails.
be completed before the Boulevard subway in Philadelphia.
Beautiful, man. Speaking of Lee County, I got to get your thoughts on this because I know you're experiencing this now in real time, and I lived it in from 2018 to 2022 when I moved to Nashville. Now, make no mistake about it, Nashville is a blue progressive city, but Tennessee's a red state. Short of Nashville, Memphis, and maybe a little bit of Chattanooga, the rest of the state is very, very red. But Lee County, Florida Sheriff Carmine Marceno, I'm not sure how you pronounce that.
It's
Tony.
Marcino. He's my boy, by the way.
That's your boy.
Love Carmine.
All right. He tells liberals who flee crime-ridden places like New York and California to leave and go back if they don't change their views. He said the following, quote, they want to leave California, they want to leave New York, okay. And then they come down to a state like Florida where we are law and order and they don't change their views. You left a place where there's havoc, where people can rob, steal, loot, do drugs in safe havens, and then you're upset that it's so bad there, and you come here and you still do the same thing, same action, same result. I tell people all the time, and it's probably not popular to some, but if you don't like living with law and order, have a nice day. Leave. Go back to where you came from because we don't want you here. We welcome everybody to our great state of Florida. But if you think lawlessness leads the way, if you believe that criminals should roam the streets and steal and rob and, God forbid, deal poison to the streets and kill innocent people, you're not the person we want here. You can go back and live with lawlessness. I mean, I was always blown away by that, Bruno, when people move to Tennessee to get away from terrible blue policies. And then I say, oh, so are you going to vote for Trump in 2020 or after 2020? I said, are you going to vote for a Republican in 2024? And they say, well, no, I'll probably still vote Democrat. I'm like, well, then it's the definition of insanity. You're just taking one problem and trying to create a problem in the new place.
Yeah, and Carmen Marcino is a rock star in the state. He will be the governor one day. Write that name down.
Really?
Just remember Carmine, not Carmine's. Wasn't Carmine in Happy Days? Wasn't he the guy that ran the diner?
Yeah. I think Carmine Falcone was also the drug dealer in The Dark Knight.
Well,
it's true.
You
Yes.
pay attention to that.
You are true.
It's good Carmine knowledge, man.
That is very
That
good
is
Carmine.
good Carmine
It
knowledge.
is. Oh, my God.
By the way, yes, Donald Trump has checked in again, Nick, and he says, yes, he saw that the stem wall on the Paradiso Bruno, he said Mexico will finish building the wall and he will pay for it. Mexico will pay for it. So I want to thank the president for checking in again.
Yes.
On Kayal and Company.
Well,
This-
from our balcony, you'll be able to see Mexico.
Yes, I will.
There
Yes.
you go. Bruno's going to have razor wire around his house.
Not Carmine Ragusa, wasn't he? Yeah, Carmine Raguso.
Yeah.
That was great.
That's good.
And then Carmine's is a great Italian restaurant in
Yeah.
New York, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Great name, too.
Now, are you
Not enough Carmines.
Exactly. Do you and Robin deal with that? I mean, I don't know if you guys are around a bunch of Republicans or just there's some Democrats, but I was always mystified by the people that said, you know what, I can't take Pennsylvania anymore. I can't take Illinois. I can't take New York. I can't take California. And Nashville had everybody. Nashville is a melting pot of transplants. Only 30% of Nashville residents are lifelong Nashville born and raised. And then those people come down there and they vote Democrat. They do the same thing in Georgia as well.
Well, here in Lee County, I mean, I would say that it's 90% red.
Yeah, you're super Republican, right?
Was super Republican.
And that's not why we moved
No,
here. I mean,
but just-
we moved here because we found an affordable lot to build a house. So it's not like, Miami, you go to all these other places and people who've been all over Florida know that real estate here is going through this, especially on waterfront lots. I mean, you're not going to you can't make more waterfront lots. Now, we did get a message on the YouTube stream about, hey, Tony, Cape Coral, get back to your roots. I heard Kensington's got a lot of open space this week for some reason. There's no waterfront there unless you turn on the fire hydrant at K&A. That's your only waterfront lot.
It's well said. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Turn 7. Store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers. Everything must go. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry. Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall. Turn 7 store closing. Their liquidation sale. Turn 7. All right, I got to get a lot of people's thoughts on this. I find this to be fascinating. We have now chronicled and documented this for the last, I would say pretty much every month of this calendar year. And I think maybe it started a little bit before this, but the quote, red pilling of John Fetterman has been a very interesting thing as he has really slid way away from the progressives on many things, most notably everything that's going on in the Middle East with Israel, Palestine, and also these college protests. And now Fetterman comes out and he rips the media for covering these fringe pro-Palestinian protesters, which he called a fringe element being fueled by disproportionate media attention. Fetterman shared a headline from Axios that read, quote, students walk out ahead of Jerry Seinfeld's Duke University graduation speech. And this is something we played for you yesterday on the cut sheet, the people walking out of the speech that Seinfeld was giving for all of these Duke students. And he points this out. 7,000 students were there and only 30 of them walked out. That's 0.0043%. Why does the media habitually platform this fringe? Guaranteed coverage is the nicotine to the pup tent camps, Intifada, and Hamas salutes them all. I agree with Fetterman. I think we're at the point now where we've covered this story so much and we've documented it. We've shown the protesters breaking the law and also the cops and the police coming in and arresting these people and removing them from breaking the law. If this is going to continue on in little pockets now, I think we just completely ignore it from a media standpoint coverage, because isn't that what a lot of people seek? They crave the attention. And if you don't give them the coverage, maybe that will be a way in which you can dry up some of this nonsense, Tony, as we enter the summer months here on these college campuses.
Yeah, once all these kids graduate or flunk out or fade into thankfully, the Princeton hunger strike is over, and you saw how that ended, right? They were hungry. They didn't have any food. The hunger strike is over. Why? Because they were hungry, and they said, that's enough.
That's enough.
Let's just move on. Let's all go to Chick-fil-A.
Yep.
I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah.
And you're right. And John Fetterman is exactly right. It's common sense. When you because everybody wants news clips. Everybody wants the video. They want to see people blocking streets like at Disney World, where they had those 3 whack jobs out there trying to block people from getting into Disney in Orlando. And the guy got out of his truck and said, get out of here. And then they arrested these 3 people, and they were whack jobs.
Yeah.
And the problem is those kinds of videos get run over and over again. That's what we want. We want to see people doing stupid stuff. And now the difference is this isn't just some dumb video of somebody on a TikTok, trying to get attention. These are people doing things that are harming other people, getting in the way of people just trying to go on vacation, trying to graduate from school. And you're right. Hopefully, when all these graduations are done by June, this will all be over. And then we'll get ready for Chicago and what's going to happen at the convention in August. It's going to be a crazy summer.
Regarding the hunger strike, Kyle Mann, the CEO of the Babylon Bee, posted on X earlier, which is awesome. He goes, new, until Palestine is free, I am going on a hunger strike every day between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon, and then again from roughly 1 p.m. until about 5 p.m. Moderate snacking allowed if I get hungry.
You know what, Robin? After further review, I'm on a hunger strike during morning drive radio from now on. I will no longer eat blueberries during the cut sheet.
I will not eat anything or drink any coffee. No, I'll finish my coffee, But I have a cat mom mug this morning, even though this is Robin's. But
yeah,
we're both happy.
No, I will not eat until 10:01 a.m.
It's good work out of you.
That's my guarantee to you.
Nice work. 855-839-1210, the number. All right, we'll wrap up some of our college campus absurdity stories when we come back. And I want to get to this story that was written in Prospect Magazine, asking the question, where are all the free speech defenders now? We're going to have to take this writer, Alan Rusbridger, to task because obviously he doesn't know where free speech ends and crimes begin. We'll hit on that as we continue. Bruno and Robin in for Dawn. Cut sheet in just about 30 minutes here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Extraordinary awaits when you open up yourself to a world of possibilities with the 150-year-old Herradura Tequila. Made with unmatched care and aged to perfection, Herradura Tequila has the sophisticated taste to make any moment extraordinary. Herradura Tequila, available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Please enjoy Herradura Tequila responsibly. Alcohol 40% by volume, 80 proof. Herradura Tequila, imported by Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? new. At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
7:20. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company on this Tuesday morning. Just doing what we always do, kicking down effing doors. You'll hear from that lady coming up in the cut sheet at 7:45 this morning. A little bit of a tease for you.
Breaking down the walls of heartache, baby.
Yeah, I'm losing track, Tony. Are we kicking down doors here? Are we breaking glass ceilings? What are we trying to accomplish in life?
Well, I know, as President Trump said in Wildwood, there's one word we can't say, and everybody said it anyway, and we can't even play that.
Yes,
I mean, this is an outrage. What's happening? Why can't we play that clip from the Trump rally?
I agree.
Is it time to dismantle the FCC and get rid of all these ridiculous regulations?
Absolutely.
I've always said that.
I think we should march on the FCC and shut it down.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got to just do it, though, when it's a little warmer out.
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
I'm getting a little tired of this weather, Tony Bruno. I might need a Florida sabbatical at this point. Every day up here, 58 and rainy, 72 and rainy. I thought April showers, Tony Bruno, brought May flowers. What do May showers get me? June
Mayflowers
droughts?
bring Mayflowers bring pilgrims or the Baltimore Ravens or the Baltimore Colts to Indianapolis. That's what we learned many years ago, to bring it to a sports analogy.
Well, let's get it back. Let's get it back to the Eagles.
By the way, the Phillies, just waking up, the Phillies' unbelievable comeback last night in New York against the Mets and their closer, and they win it. Down 4-1 at one point, but good job by the Phillies playing small ball, getting big hits, and they got a great call from the umpire on a swing and a miss call that they missed, and the Mets fans are going apoplectic today, which is what Mets fans do, because every year they spend a lot of money and they get nothing at the end. They'll get nothing and like it.
Baseball doesn't officially begin until some of those diehard Met fans start having social media meltdowns and losing their mind over losing to our Philadelphia Phillies. Bryson
By the way,
Stott.
tonight, opening night tonight, Nick, in the WNBA.
Oh, Tony, I got to put that in my calendar. I must have missed that memo.
Down. Exactly.
The WNBA. All right. Speaking of colleges, I want to wrap up this college conversation with this story. Stalker found this on Sunday night and sent this to us. We were going to get to it yesterday, but we just ran out of time. And it's from Prospect Magazine. It says, "Where are the free speech defenders now? Campus protesters are being silenced. Where are the free speech defenders today? The principle of robust and open debate does not seem to apply when it comes to demonstrations about Gaza. University chiefs are terrified, but they must support the right to offend. And Tony, I've long said that your feelings, not you specifically, but anybody listening or following me on Twitter, I'm not responsible for your feelings. I'm not trying to offend you. I'm giving you my honest commentary on the issues of the day. And if my right to free speech offends you without me saying anything that's obviously hateful or anything like that, I can't control that. But I'm at the point now where you're starting to see that some of this momentum for these college protesters has gone away, and it lasted way too long. All of these universities waited way too long to finally come in and reestablish law and order. But I thought Jonathan Turley nailed it a few days ago last week when he said, your right to free speech ends when the commission of a crime begins to occur. So if you are trespassing, if you are breaking and entering, if you're doling out hate speech, threats, or violence, or committing other sorts of crimes, that's where the impasse comes, and your free speech gets cut off, and nobody cares what you have to say because you're now breaking the law. And I feel like some of these people in some of these left-wing publications, and I don't know, I've never heard of Prospect Magazine before, to be completely honest, but like, you had plenty of free speech opportunities, and you got to the point where you were told to leave, and you didn't. So I'm sorry, your free speech rights have not been violated. You broke the law, and you were dealt with accordingly. You were arrested, handcuffed, zip-tied, and you were shipped off of these campuses.
And we mentioned earlier about the professors who are getting arrested as part of these demonstrations. How about in Washington, up at the University of Washington, where it's crazy, and Seattle's completely out of control now. People being killed. You know, we always talk about L.A., but in Seattle, it's a mess. The University of Washington, they had big protests over the weekend, violent ones, and one of the protesters arrested happened to be a columnist for the Seattle newspaper.
Yeah.
And so they've identified the guy. The guy's a columnist, and he's out there causing issues. And I'm not just talking about protesting for or against something. He was involved in skirmishes. So now you have media members who claim to be journalists or just columnists who are now activists out there involved in violent demonstrations. I mean, that's where you don't know where the line is anymore. We used to know the media was the arbiter that would go out and report on these things. Now the media is involved, professors are involved. These are the people who are supposed to be holding truth to power and teaching kids the future of what's right and wrong. And they're the ones really stimulating a lot of this nonsense.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. And I just feel like sometimes a lot of people just don't realize what the concept of free speech is about, where it, starts, where it ends, who controls it. And, the whole thing with the government not being able to silence the citizens. I mean, that's the crux and the backbone and the meat and potatoes of the First Amendment. As ridiculous as it is that Facebook or Twitter or Instagram will silence you or censor you, those are companies that have the right to do it. And then you have like the differentiation on college campuses of private schools versus publicly funded taxpayer dollar institutions like state schools. So there are some differences here with where your right to free speech is and where it stops and this, that, and the other thing. But we've just seen so much of this absurdity. And you make a great point with the media. We have long said and claimed, and then you get labeled to be like some, anti-media or anti-government person. The left-wing media these days, they've thrown out journalism. And I'll be completely honest, the right wing at times as well. It's all about pandering to those who consume you. But man, the left wing advocacy masquerading around, Tony, as journalists and not bipartisan, impartial media commentary, that doesn't exist in America anymore.
Yeah, because as I mentioned many, many times, and that's one of my biggest beefs as a person who's been in journalism and reporting for 50 plus years, when I see the media now no longer, I get it. There's a difference between opinion writers and journalists.
Yeah.
But now I think a lot of young people who get into journalism, so to speak, want to be activists. They don't just want to report the news. They want to have an opinion at the same time. And that's not the way it used to work. You used to have the hardcore journalist, the media people who would chase stories, who would hold the government and their politicians accountable for their actions. Now we have a lot of columnists. Obviously, columnists are going to write columns, but a lot of journalists have to inject their own opinions on stories. That's no longer journalism. And that's what we have now. We have the mix. It's like a mesh. You become a journalism student, then all of a sudden you're an activist. That's not how it's supposed to work. I want real journalists to worry about the news, but now because news is so easily consumed, with electronic people, with students out there, with all of these videos that are showing up. Anybody can be a journalist now.
Right.
You're at a site, something happens, you take out your camera, you get it, you're now suddenly a journalist. And those are the people who are breaking more stories than the so-called grunts in the newsrooms from back in the day in front of a typewriter, getting on the phone and checking sources.
Yeah.
That's how the whole business has changed as far as the media consumption and the media dispersal of news.
Yeah.
It's an outrage is what it is, as you said.
Yes,
Don't
indeed.
you feel like also that there's been a long game, looking back now, that there's been a long game for fascists and Marxists that have infiltrated our educational system and have infiltrated the media. And they've been working on this for a long time.
It's a good point. This didn't
behind the
just start.
scenes.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
didn't. This didn't just start 3.5 years ago. This has been going on for well longer than that, probably 15 plus years for sure.
Exactly.
855-839-1210 is the phone number if you want to jump in. Just a couple of other excerpts from this Prospect Magazine column about where are the free speech defenders now. The columnist, the writer, Alan Rusbridger says, I'm sure we might all agree or disagree about free speech and what is allowed and what is not. But if allowed to have the freedom and courage to have that conversation, that is a necessity in this country. Good speech, the freedom to offend is a fundamental right. Words are not a kind of violence. And of course, now we're debating, from the river to the sea. Is that hate speech? Is that violent speech? What exactly does from the river to the sea mean? I know Facebook and Zuckerberg were having like a board meeting last week. I don't think we ever got an update to it as to whether or not from the river to the sea will be banned from being used on Facebook. But they say 6 months later, many of the noisiest defenders of free speech have fallen silent quite a bit. And again, I go back to, when you look at free speech, where's the line? Where's the cutoff point? And oh, by the way, these college protesters were given so much rope and so much of a leash to say what they wanted to say. But when we get to the point where windows are being broken, doors are being busted in, and oh, by the way, where's the free speech on college campuses for those who are not liberal or progressive? Remember all those stories we had with that company called Eventbrite where Riley Gaines was going around to speak about Title IX, and then she had to be barricaded in a boardroom at a San Francisco university? So, the free speech defenders and, the bipartisan fairness treatment, it's not even apples to oranges, Tony. It's the left is allowed to say so much more than the right is on these college campuses.
And I get, the Charlie Kirks and these people who have an agenda and are right-wing media people. Riley Gaines is hardly right-wing. She's become a right-wing figure because she's speaking on behalf of women as a female athlete who's quite accomplished. So now all of a sudden, because she's speaking out where the so-called feminists are quiet on these issues of men and women's sports, she's now a bad person. So when she goes and shows up at a college campus, they have to bring in the National Guard to protect her. So where's her free speech? Which she's not spouting Marxism or fascism or hate speech. She's speaking up on behalf of women, and now she's marked as this far-right lunatic. It's insane.
Well, and the crazy part is, we had Riley Gaines on about a year ago. I know Dawn has had her on, Dom has had her on. I think everybody's had her on. And, she never signed up for any of this. She never wanted to do this. All she wanted to do was win national championships at Kentucky as a swimmer. And then, if I recall correctly from the interview we had, she was planning to go to dental school and become a dentist until Leah Thomas came along and stripped away her chance at winning championships. And now she's found her cause fighting for female rights, and she's labeled to be some, right-wing transphobic nut job, which is she's hardly is if you've ever talked to her.
It goes back to that blurred line, not the song that finally went to court and was adjudicated.
Yeah.
The blurred line of activism versus people who are doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And, the right thing is the right thing. There's no left or right in the right thing. The correct thing is women speaking up on behalf of women in sports this really shouldn't be a controversial topic.
I know.
It shouldn't keep people like Riley Gaines from going onto college campuses and talking about something she's an expert at. Women and swimming, women in sports. That's the thing that's the problem I think we all have. From the river to the sea to me means from the Caloosahatchee River, to the Gulf of Mexico. That's the river to the closest sea. So that's the river to the sea I see. But all these people chanting this stuff, all these college kids, they have no clue what they're chanting.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest problem. If you're protesting something and you have a right to peacefully protest, when you have no idea what you're protesting, maybe you should stay home. And go on TikTok or something and get banned from Twitter like I did.
I agree. We need to get Trump back in and have him say,
"Go home to your mom."
Go home to your mom, indeed.
Exactly.
855-839-1210. All right, coming up next, we'll put a bow on this conversation. I've got to defend Caitlin Clark. Yet again, more hatred and I think racism. If the roles were reversed, people would be deplatformed and fired from their jobs. But when you throw the racism in the face of somebody who is white, well, it's just, it is what it is, right? We'll get to that story on the other side. The cut sheet is coming up in just about 12 minutes as we continue here on Kayal and Company. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. I've been telling you about Mercedes-Benz and Acura, but if you're looking for what I believe is the best bang for your buck in the auto market today, can I tell you about Piazza Mazda? Recently stopped on out there and chatted with my friends just about a month ago at Piazza Mazda in Westchester to check out the Mazda CX-30. The 2024 CX-30 is just absolutely dynamic. Offers 8 different trim levels, creating the perfect fit for every lifestyle. It's got something for everybody, no matter what you are seeking in your new vehicle. And when it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive comes standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. This thing really takes off. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring and lane assist keep you safe in the 2024 CX-30, which earns a 5-star overall safety rating. If you're looking for something that is durable, something that is safe, something that's got the advanced technology, and maybe you're on a budget, you can't spend 45, 50, 60 grand for a vehicle, check out Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online at piazzamazda.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you, they create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My name is Taylor, and this is my second year at Insight PA Summer Charter School. Insight PA is more than just high school. Insight also specializes in career readiness to help me choose a pathway for the future. Whether it's business, nursing, technology, or even esports, Insight PA has the hands-on training and internship opportunities to help me choose the right career. The students and staff are amazing, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this community.
To learn how Insight PA Cyber Charter can set your child up for the future, visit insightpaschool.org.
The South 9th Street Italian Market Festival, presented by Deer Park and Turo. May 18th and 19th from 11 till 5. Fitzwater to Wharton Streets. Over 100 vendors of food, beverages, crafts, souvenirs, music, and activities. Visit ItalianMarketFestival.com.
For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power? Outdated electrical panel? Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC? Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
People tell me their number one fear in retirement is running out of money. A close second is maintaining the same lifestyle as they did during their working years. Now, they are valid concerns, since according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average household of people 65 and over will spend nearly $50,000 a year in retirement. So what can you do to be prepared? Well, many people are not aware of a little-known law where you can convert your retirement account, such as an IRA or 401k, into a tax-free growing account. And how about you would never have to take another required minimum distribution, regardless of your age? This is known as a Roth conversion. Introduced in 1997 by Senator Roth, Roth IRAs allow a retirement account holder to pay the taxes due on the account today, which immediately converts that account into a tax-free growing retirement account. But that's not all there is to a Roth conversion. By converting to a Roth IRA, you're kicking IRS out of your account and you're taking control of your own retirement funds. Now, a Roth conversion is simply transferring funds from your traditional retirement account, such as an IRA or a 401k, into a Roth IRA. And by paying the current taxes due, you now can reap the rewards of all the benefits of having a Roth conversion. Now, a Roth conversion is not for everybody. Always consult a retirement phase expert who has the specialized training in IRS tax laws to make you more efficient during your retirement years.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Stop disgusting up our country if you don't want to be here.
Yeah. Stop disgusting up this great nation. It's Kayal and Company. Listen to Stocker when he speaks, damn it.
Thank you.
Cut sheet coming up in 5 minutes as we continue. It's Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, live from Florida, in for Dawn this morning as Dawn rests the pipes. Vocal cords a little worn out. She's got a little bit of a cold. Hopefully she feels better. As somebody that had voice issues in the past, I know what it's like. Nothing worse than being a talk show host.
She has.
Yeah.
Is it contagious?
I don't know. Not. We were social distancing yesterday, Tony, and Dawn's whole goal was to stop the spread. Stop the
was
spread.
Was she wearing a mask at least, though? Did she put a mask on to make everybody feel better?
She did not. But she was socially distanced. She stayed in her booth.
Yeah, we all have our own studios here.
That's right.
Because
I know that.
We can't. We don't really want to be around one another.
855-839-1210. We really are. You got it's like a triple stack like of dominoes here. You got Dawn in one booth, Greg in the other. I'm here, and then behind me on the other side of the wall that you can't see, you've got Phil and Anthony. So we've all got our little station, so to speak.
By the way, Phil killed it yesterday. I was listening. Of course, I'm always listening when I get up, and now that the house is being built, I get up earlier.
Yeah.
But Phil yesterday, his wrap-up was brilliant. I mean, the guy he's an emerging star. I know he's been around for a long time, but
he is.
Nobody brings the funk and the noise.
Today!
Like Phil.
He does bring the funk. He does bring the funk and the noise.
Are you saying it's a good thing that he's in his own little room?
Yes. Because there's a lot of funk.
Right. But at least his room is lighted. Dorenzo's in his own little booth.
It's dark.
But it's dark.
Yeah.
He's just sitting in the dark for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Is he Dark Dorenzo? Can we call him that now? Like Dark Brandon?
Dark
Brandon.
Well, occasionally he turns into Dark Dorenzo when he gets moody.
Yeah.
But for the most part, he's usually in a good mood. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Can we just defend Caitlin Clark here for a moment? To my knowledge, and I don't claim to be some sort of female or women's basketball aficionado, doing this line of work now. I mean, I still watch football. I watch golf. I don't watch as much basketball, baseball, or hockey as I used to. Just too long of a season. And I don't need to be well-versed in it anymore because we're not talking about that for more than 4 or 5 minutes out of each 4-hour show that we do. But to my knowledge, Caitlin Clark has never done anything wrong publicly or privately for that matter in her life. And she is the greatest college basketball player from a women's basketball standpoint of all time. Leading scorer in the history of women's basketball. Also passed Pistol Pete's record because, Pistol Pete, quote, didn't have that three-point line back in the day. Although, Dawn likes to defend Pistol Pete. I still think Caitlin Clark is probably the greatest basketball player I've ever seen at the college level, men or women. To me, the gender doesn't matter. I've never seen anybody do what she does. But it's remarkable, Tony, is for now 3 months, she's constantly under attack, whether it's the media, whether it's fellow basketball players in women's hoops or now in the WNBA. And Las Vegas Aces forward Asia Wilson thinks that Caitlin Clark is only popular because, quote, she's white. Quote, I think it's a huge thing. I think a lot of people may say it's not about black and white, but to me it is. It really is, because you can be top-notch at what you are as a black woman, but yet maybe that's something that people don't want to see, she told the Associated Press. I got news for her, for Jamel Hill and these other columnists that have wrote these hit pieces in the direction of Caitlin Clark. It's not about white or black. She's a unicorn. She's the GOAT. She's the greatest to ever do it. And I don't know what Asia Wilson's stat line looks like. I don't know if she's the best player in the WNBA. But even if you are the best in the sport, it doesn't make you the greatest of all time. You could be the best in an era or the best in 1 year. It doesn't make you the best to ever do it. It's not that Caitlin Clark is white and straight. It's that she's the greatest of all time. That's why Americans gravitate towards greatness. We love greatness. We love Tiger Woods. We love Jordan. We love Tom Brady. Well, some people hate Tom Brady, but you get the point, Tony. And you've done this long enough. She is legitimately the greatest to ever do it. That's where the vitriol should come from, not because she's white.
At the college level, there's no doubt she's got the records to prove it.
Yep.
But the amazing thing is, and it's not what made Caitlin Clark a story is because people started watching the women's tournament this year, not just because of her. She helped, but I had great players. The LSU team, there were villains, there were heroes, there were goats, and people watched, and they watched so much that the WNBA all of a sudden, funded by the NBA, which has been going on since its inception.
Yep.
Now the players are getting chartered planes instead of having to fly commercial. So the notoriety that Caitlin Clark and LSU and all the great women's college basketball, when people started watching and the ratings got better, what happens? It doesn't matter what color. It's like when Larry Bird and Magic Johnson came in. It wasn't about race then. There were two great players. They came into the NBA the same year, and they revolutionized the NBA and kicked it up a notch. Now the WNBA, which has not been making money, which has not been getting great television ratings, now all of a sudden people are talking about it. So the fact that the WNBA starts tonight and Caitlin Clark's going to play and the players are getting endorsement deals so that their meager salaries and playing in the WNBA is not a factor anymore.
Right.
They're getting paid millions of dollars for sponsorship deals. So anybody complaining about they should make as much as the NBA players, that argument's over. We know that the NBA brings in gazillions of dollars of revenue, which the WNBA doesn't. But we're seeing baby steps. Now there's expansion franchises. They're trying to get one in Philly. They got one in the Bay Area. So it's expanding. And if people watch it, they watch it. And if they don't, then these teams will go out of business, just like the Arena League, where the Philadelphia Soul just went out of business again, and no one even knew about it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And it's just amazing that, Asia Wilson will get away with saying this, but you've got Tiger Woods. I'm going to bring this up real quick before we get to the cut sheet. Second major of the PGA Tour season starts on Thursday, the PGA Championship. You look at Tiger Woods. Why is Tiger Woods adored, beloved, and the most consumed golfer of all time? Why do the ratings go off the charts anytime he's in contention at a major or any event? Because he is arguably the greatest to ever do it. I think he would have been if not for injuries, and this is a guy who walked in and became at least on par, if not better than Arnold Palmer and Jack and the legends of the game, Gary Player. It's not because he was black and Asian and a mix of those two races. We all gravitated towards Tiger Woods because he was must-see television. Could you imagine if Phil Mickelson comes out and says, the only reason Tiger Woods get the coverage he gets is because he's half black? Like Phil Mickelson would be like, persona non grata to the rest of the world if he made a statement like that. But Asia Wilson can say that about Caitlin Clark.
Well, because she's in the league. And listen, because somebody probably asked her now that the WNBA season starts tonight with its first games. So they're going to ask players, and they're going to try to stir up controversy. They went to the White House, the Las Vegas Aces. They're a great team. And so that's what people look for, Nick. It's what we do in everything.
Mm-hmm.
We look for controversial quotes, reasons to go after people, reasons to cancel people. I don't cancel anybody. I'm the one who gets canceled all the time. and I still don't understand it.
But racial victimization has become an okay thing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like it is absolutely okay as if you are a certain ethnicity to say that you have been victimized somehow. That is now the norm, and it is a huge moneymaker.
Yeah, victimhood sells. Yep.
Yeah, victimhood. So
what's the number, by the way, in the opening game tonight? Well, you know what?
You think I'm going to wager? You think I'm going to wager on the WNBA?
Got to make the WNBA opening night tonight. Maybe his major play today
for FanDuel.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Stalkers FanDuel WNBA play of the day. We should start a segment doing that.
Dozens of people will be interested in that.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So tonight, the New York Liberty. Is the favorite against the Washington Mystics.
What's the number?
-11 for Liberty.
Give me the dog.
I hear the dog barking.
Indiana
Is it a live
Fever.
Dog?
It's a live dog.
As long as Christy Nome isn't in the building, I think the dog will be safe and will be barking tonight.
Indiana Fever is a +6 over the Connecticut Sun.
Connecticut Sun. Sounds like a bad newspaper nobody would read. All right, 7:49. Let's get to Greg Stocker's Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Tuesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judy Fios and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out over at 70 and Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin. Yesterday, we played the clip of some pro-Palestinian students walking out of the Duke graduation because Jerry Seinfeld was the commencement speaker.
Yeah.
And you pointed out that it was like 7 people, right?
Yep. Very small percentage.
Whatever.
Yep.
What we didn't play yesterday was some of Jerry Seinfeld's commencement speech, where he basically took shots at woke college kids and privilege. And, yes. I mean, he really went, all out.
Good for him.
On these college kids. In a good way. Like, he's not he's not a controversial
He's not
guy.
malicious.
You know what I mean? He's not malicious. He's just, telling it like it is.
Yeah.
Wish more comedians and people would do this. This is cut 1. Phil, go.
Privilege is a word that has taken quite a beating lately. Privilege today seems to be the worst thing you can have. I would like to take a moment to defend it. Again, a lot of you are thinking, I can't believe they invited this guy. Too late. I say, use your privilege. I grew up a Jewish boy from New York. That is a privilege if you want to be a comedian. Thanks. If I messed up a funny story around my relatives, they would go, that's not how you tell that joke. The prostitute has to be behind the drapes when the wife comes in. You went to Duke. That is an unbelievable privilege. I now have an honorary doctorate of humane letters degree from Duke University. And if I can figure out a way to use that, I will. I haven't figured anything out yet. I think it's pretty much as useful in real life as this outfit I'm wearing. But so what? I'll take it. My point is we're embarrassed about things we should be proud of and proud of things we should be embarrassed about. When I was writing my TV series, thanks. What a crowd. So on my staff in the 90s, we had a lot of Harvard guys. They were fantastic, but I could never understand why these guys were so embarrassed about being from Harvard. They would never talk about it. They would never mention it. I'm not talking about Harvard now. I'm talking about the way it used to be. You're never going to believe this. Harvard used to be a great place to go to school. Now it's Duke.
And there goes 30 students walking out, offended.
You didn't fake your fabulous education. You earned it. Be proud of it. Don't just drop it on people right before you serve in pickleball. Okay, Duke 24 coming at you. But if it comes up, if someone asks, don't say it looking down, stubbing your toe in the dirt. When someone asks, where'd you go to school? You say, I went to Duke. Watch them take that uncomfortable, hard swallow. AI, on the other hand, is the most embarrassing thing we've ever invented in mankind's time on Earth. Oh, so you can't do the work. Is that what you're telling me? You can't figure it out? This seems to be the justification of AI. I couldn't do it. This is something to be embarrassed about. The ad campaign for ChatGPT should be the opposite of Nike. You just can't do it. Making fake brains is risky. Frankenstein proved that. He was so dumb, he thought a monster needed a sport jacket. It's not a wine tasting. We're terrorizing villagers. No one's going to tell you, I'm sorry, Mr. Stein, it's jackets only this evening.
Such a great...
What I like is we're smart enough to invent AI, dumb enough to need it, and still so stupid we can't figure out if we did the right thing.
It's just that,
What a
that
great
joke.
speech.
That joke is just... And half the crowd didn't get it. You know what I mean? Like, it's such a great joke.
Yep.
Such a great joke.
You know, you have so many people on the left today in the identity politics game that sees somebody in any position that is a straight white cis male. And every now and then, like, especially when I first started the show and they were like, oh my God, Nick Kayle's now doing a conservative news talk, free speech radio, whatever you want to call it. And they started hitting me with like the white privilege label. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Both of my parents made under $40,000 a year. I went to a public high school. I went to Temple University. And when I graduated college, my first job in radio, I was offered $6.50 an hour. Where's the white privilege that you speak of, okay? It's all about working your ass off and earning things in this life. And the assumption that just, like, white people start ahead of somebody else, Tony Bruno, it's so absurd because we always hear Kamala talking about equity. Well, we all don't start in the same place, but the goal of equity is that we all end in the same place. No, we don't. We don't all end in the same place.
And the thing about the jokes, I mean, listen, there are a lot of people. I was never a big Seinfeld fan as far as the show. You know, I watch the reruns and it's funny. But what he did, that joke about the sport jackets, it went over the heads of many of those kids.
Yes, it did.
The professors and all the people standing behind him, they got that joke. Anybody, when I grew up, obviously, if you went to a restaurant, you didn't wear a tie, they would rent you one at the front desk.
Right.
There was some restaurants you had to have not only a sport coat or suit on, you had to have a tie on. And they would have ties at the front desk when you went in so that you would go in. So listen, I love the fact, like, I wear shorts, flip-flops every day and a T-shirt.
Oh, same here.
Because I can.
Yeah.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I come into work dressed like that.
Hideous. Hideous.
And then Zioli gets mad that I'm showing my toes off in the workplace.
Hang on. For the YouTube chat, or for the YouTube viewers, Nick, can you stand up for a second and just show those shorts you have on right now?
You like these ones?
Show those shorts you have on.
Nice little peach. I think Dawn tried to call them salmon. They're peach.
And
look at that.
And the toes.
Yeah,
I mean, come
baby.
on. Come on,
How about
dude.
that?
Come on.
I got mine.
It's a workplace.
Tony has those exact same shorts.
No.
The
Yes,
salmon
indeed.
shorts, yeah.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, that's a man comfortable in his own skin who
And
knows
there's
his
Tony
identity.
Bruno's feet. Why does everybody have their feet out today?
Phil,
oh
can
my lord!
Phil, can we go?
Tony's feet now.
Phil,
What is
let's go-
happening?
Phil, let's go split screen foot cam right here. Anybody with a foot fetish will get to see
Oh,
Bruno
my God.
and my
And if
toes.
you're going to get flip-flops, get these Hobie gear.
Hobie gear.
You have to have arch support. Don't buy those dollar store flip-flops. You got to have ones that have arch support. Because if you walk and I see people all the time, make sure you get good sandals if you're going to walk around.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Would you pay?
Rex Ryan just joined the YouTube stream. Rex?
No, he'll only do that if I show my feet too.
Lisa is like, oh my God, the man feet. I agree with you.
Robin, are you showing toes right now as well?
Should I?
Oh, I mean, if you show
Do
whatever
you have
you
them
want.
did, or they?
Hold on.
Have you had a pedicure lately, Robin?
What is happening with our?
Is Stalker the only man right now with socks on?
Yes, I have shoes on.
Yeah.
Look at this.
There we go.
Okay. All right.
Nick has Egyptian feet.
Yeah. I walk like an Egyptian, Tony.
Well, who doesn't? Come on.
Salmon shorts.
Salmon shorts, baby.
Speaking of commencement speeches, we are now at that time. Time of year. Kansas City Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker.
Yeah, Butker.
Yes. Butker.
He blasted President Joe Biden and DEI during his commencement address.
Oh, wait till Andy Reid gets wind of this.
During at the Benedictine College.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a Catholic school, I'm assuming?
I assume.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just a little taste of it here. Our own nation is led by a man who publicly and proudly proclaims his Catholic faith, but at the same time is delusional enough to make the sign of the cross during a pro-abortion rally. This is cut for Phil. Go.
Throughout the COVID fiasco and how you missed out on so many milestones the rest of us older people have taken for granted. While COVID might have played a large role throughout your formative years, it is not unique. Bad policies and poor leadership have negatively impacted major life issues. Things like abortion, IVF, surrogacy, euthanasia, as well as a growing support for degenerate cultural values in media, all stem from the pervasiveness of disorder. Our own nation is led by a man who publicly and proudly proclaims his Catholic faith, but at the same time is delusional enough to make the sign of the cross during a pro-abortion rally. He has been so vocal in his support for the murder of innocent babies that I'm sure to many people it appears that you can be both Catholic and pro-choice. He is not alone. From the man behind the COVID lockdowns to the people pushing dangerous gender ideologies onto the youth of America, they all have a glaring thing in common. They are Catholic. This is an important reminder that being Catholic alone doesn't cut it. These are the sorts of things we are told in polite society to not bring up. You know, the difficult and unpleasant things. But if we are going to be men and women for this time in history, we need to stop pretending that the Church of Nice is a winning proposition. We must always speak and act in charity, but never mistake charity for cowardice. It is safe to say that over the past few years, I've gained quite the reputation for speaking my mind. I never envisioned myself nor wanted to have this sort of a platform, but God has given it to me, so I have no other choice but to embrace it and preach more hard truths about accepting your lane and staying in it. As members of the church founded by Jesus Christ, it is our duty and ultimately privilege to be authentically and unapologetically Catholic. Don't be mistaken, even within the church, people in polite Catholic circles will try to persuade you to remain silent. There even was an award-winning film called Silence, made by a fellow Catholic, wherein one of the main characters, a Jesuit priest, abandoned the church and as an apostate, when he died, is seen grasping a crucifix, quiet and unknown to anyone but God. As a friend of Benedictine College, His Excellency Bishop Robert Barron said in his review of the film, it was exactly what the cultural elite want to see in Christianity: private, hidden away, and harmless. Our Catholic faith has always been countercultural. Our Lord, along with countless followers, were all put to death for their adherence to her teachings. The world around us says that we should keep our beliefs to ourselves whenever they go against the tyranny of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We fear speaking truth because now, unfortunately, truth is in the minority. Congress just passed a bill where stating something as basic as the biblical teaching of who killed Jesus could land you in jail. But make no mistake, before we even attempt to fix any of the issues plaguing society, we must first get our own house in order, and it starts with our leaders.
Wow, Harrison Butker. So I think all of us on this show like odds and sports betting.
Yeah.
I'm going to set the over-under at 8:06 a.m. this morning before we find out ESPN's Adam Schefter is reporting that the Chiefs have cut kicker Harrison Butker after that speech.
Here's the reason why. Because he's a Catholic guy, went to a Catholic school, and he's giving the commencement speech to Catholics who went to Benedictine College. And he makes a good point. You know, again, I'm a bad Catholic. Most Catholics are bad. I mean, we change the rules every week because people weren't going. When I was going to church, when I was an altar boy, the priest had his back to you. Then they turned it around. Then the altar boys had to speak Latin. Then they made it English. And so I get it. You change to try to keep up with the times. And the Catholic Church has done it a lot. Meat on Friday, no meat on Friday, certainly no Beyond Meat on Friday. That's one rule we can all agree on.
Absolutely.
No fake meat on Fridays. But why should he be criticized for being a Catholic, speaking at his alma mater about Catholicism and pointing out the fact that the President of the United States claims to be this devout Catholic and he's pro-abortion?
Yeah.
So that's just philosophical.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean Harrison Buckner's a bad guy.
Nope.
That means he's speaking to his faith. When we see other faith leaders speak, most people don't pay attention to it because, religion to a lot of people, it's not top of mind unless you're devout.
Yeah.
And this guy's a kicker, and he's a damn good kicker. So I don't see I'm waiting for the think pieces on how bad he is. And
I'm sure they're coming. Politico.
By the way, if
Atlantic.
he was a terrible kicker and not winning Super Bowls, they would cut him.
I'd be curious to see how he's covered now in Kansas City local media in Missouri. But also, too, it's kind of like a downtime in the NFL. I know the schedule release show is coming up in like 2 weeks or something like that.
No, it's coming up on Wednesday, tomorrow.
Oh, is it this week?
Yeah,
well, you were really out of it.
Announced the first game that Tom Brady's going to be doing on Fox.
Well, I saw that he's doing the Cowboys-Browns.
Cowboys and Browns, and then the schedule released today.
Yeah.
So we got to get it back to the Eagles. Forget about the Phillies, who are playing great right now.
Yeah.
Forget about the Sixers and the draft.
All right, let's get it back to these two guys.
It back to the Eagles.
Maybe we can spend 2 more hours talking about Trump v. DeSantis.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm so angry there. This is cut 9, Phil. This is a San Francisco teacher who says that Israel and the United States have no right to exist.
Oh.
Let me repeat that again. A San Francisco teacher
right,
who says Israel and the United States have no right to exist. This person explains. I say this person because I think it's a female, but I have no idea.
All right.
Cut 9, Phil. Go.
I believe Israel has no right to exist. I believe the United States has no right to exist. I believe every settler colony who has committed genocide against native peoples, against indigenous people, has no right to exist. I believe in a free Palestine, from the river to the sea. I believe one day Palestine will be free. Is this news to anybody? White supremacy destroys for the sake of destruction. Abolition destroys for the sake of creation. We are not the same. I have an unwavering respect for children, an unwavering love and care and compassion for children, a commitment to children and to their freedom, to their learning, to their lives, to sustaining their lives. Y'all are the demons. Y'all are the villains. We've been trying to end y'all, get free of y'all.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Y'all.
There's, I think that was Jey Uso from the Bloodline on Friday Night SmackDown. So, that's in San Francisco. I think Elon Musk has a residence in San Francisco. And I introduced last week what I pitched on the radio to Elon Musk, the 1-month woke study abroad program, where we take the pro-Palestinian college protesters. Elon Musk funds it. He sends them on a flight as close to Gaza as humanly possible. You can spend 30 days there, advocate for from the river to the sea and the death of Jews and the death of America. And if your head is not cut off across the log, you will come back to America and report your findings to Elon Musk and the masses. Here's the simple thing, Tony. If you hate America so much, as that individual apparently does,
but she loves children, though, and she's teaching them. I wonder if she's
Jewish
pro-abortion.
children, apparently.
Then just
I wonder
leave.
if she's pro-abortion.
It's like nobody is saying you have to stay here. Nobody's forcing you to reside in any state in this country if you don't want to be here. So if you're all Hamas and pro-Palestinian up, then go to the Middle East and live there. Go there. I'm tired of these people that hate America, but yet they want to capitalize on everything this country offers.
Here's the problem, though, is that the jihad that they are waging against the world is actually actively asking people to go to countries like the United States, like the Netherlands, like Denmark, and take over. So she is one of their warriors that is doing exactly, she's spouting all this stuff, and she is here to help them take over.
And by the way, people are saying that the video's old. She has a video, so it's recent because she's talking about the Palestinian protesters. So maybe it's from last week. It's not like it happened hours ago.
Right.
But it's a relevant video based on what's going on in San Francisco and with the schools and the governor, and they don't have money. They can't account for money, and the gas prices are going to go up. They're going to raise it, the gas tax another 50 cents. So California is going crazy.
It is.
But that's the kind of stuff. These are the people that are teaching kids in school about how bad we all are, but she's still teaching our kids that she loves.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, and by the way, I did see that as far as you mentioned the 50 cents a gallon for the gas. I mean,
Yeah.
gas in some areas in the Bay Area or in LA is $7.50, $8 a gallon.
Yeah.
How the hell do you afford to fill up your car out there?
And the other big story, I don't know if you've seen this yet, all these Tesla superchargers in San Francisco, somebody went in there and cut all the cords off. So even if you have EV, that Gavin Newsom says everybody's got to have an electric vehicle by 20, whatever it is, about 10 years from now, they cut all the cords at the Tesla superchargers.
Because they're
who did that?
They're trying to get the copper from it, I think. They're stealing the copper from the cords.
Might have been Mike Opelka, recovering Tesla owner.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, myself, we're all there here live. Please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button if you have not done so yet. At 1210 WPHT on YouTube. This is and forgive me again, guys, this might be an old clip as well because, I sit on things for a little while and then bring them up when they're relevant. So forgive me. If it's an old clip, it's my fault.
Yeah. If anybody out there can do a better cut sheet, feel free to try.
Give me an effing break, guys. This is a trans person calling for the stabbing of transphobes on TikTok.
Transphobe.
Sounds like violent speech.
Sounds like violent speech. And
I still have a Twitter account?
I was just going to say that, Tony Bruno. That's why I'm playing it today, since you got suspended from X for what they call violent speech. I wonder if this person is going to get that as well. Plus, there's a lot of F-bombs, too. This is cut 12, Phil, go.
Not to be, overly dramatic or anything, can we just start stabbing transphobes at this point? We have such a big problem of transphobic people being idiots and not getting their kicked in. Can we just start kicking their in? It would be so much easier for everyone. The entire world would be so much better if we could just stab a transphobe.
Wow.
Say something transphobic, you get stabbed.
Okay.
The world would be beautiful.
There you go.
All right.
Sounds like hate speech to me.
Buffalo Bill
I
laying
don't
out
know
the
if
rules.
that's hate speech, though. He's got the dangling thing hanging from his eyeglasses.
Yeah.
I think it's a he.
It rubs
If
the
it's not-
lotion on its skin, Tony, or it gets the hose again.
Wow.
Sorry.
But now, if that person is on Twitter and I'm not, then Elon Musk should just shut it down.
I agree.
Again,
Wow.
Elon Musk does not care about your free speech. Elon Musk cares about his free speech. I'm going to say it again.
He's just gonna.
That's
We're
not
just
a
gonna.
dangling Chad. We dealt with that back in the day.
That was
The
2000.
dangling Chads are long gone. Now Florida went from the worst election state to the best election state in the country. How about that?
Oh, is that true?
Well, remember the dangling Chads election?
Yeah, the hanging
That was the Al
Chads.
Gore election.
Yeah. 2000.
And then it had to go to the Supreme Court. We got rid of the dangling Chads here. We still have the Jeremys, but the Chads are all gone.
Right. And I think Norman Chad is still out there too. But
speaking of violent speech, our vice president yesterday dropped an F-bomb.
Yes.
Just saying this and then cackling afterwards, which is just priceless. Cut 10, Phil, go.
We have to know that sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
Oh, God.
I am so offended.
We got to make T-shirts with that saying, kick the door down.
There you go.
How dare they?
How dare second in
dare
command
they?
Kamala Harris use a very unpresidential word like kick the effing door down? If Donald Trump tweets that or says that, he's an angry dictator. Kamala's kicking down doors and shattering glass ceilings, Tony Bruno, except once she finally gets into the party, she doesn't accomplish anything.
Now, Trump did drop the S-bomb, not the F-bombs.
Yes, he did.
Multiple times, and the entire audience did in Wildwood. But they usually do that in Wildwood anyway. Like one of the rides on the on Hunts Pier there.
Hunts Pier.
Shuts down.
Yeah.
You're going to drop a couple of F-bombs. You know what I mean?
Well, honestly, I
Go ahead,
could not
Robin.
say anything about the F-bomb because I dropped way too many of them. But
Yeah. Me
I
too.
mean, I'm not the vice president.
Yeah, I dropped 5 per side on the golf course, 10 per round.
Yeah, look, again, like 91 LSXer, like, yes, I know Trump drops F-bombs all the time. I have no problem. I have no problem with the vice president dropping an F-bomb. I just think
I don't either.
I just think it's funny that the party of decency and bringing the adults back in the White House, now all of a sudden their poll numbers are going down, so their vice president starts saying the F word.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We're going to make swearing great again. Hit Greg Stocker.
That's street. She's getting the street cred back.
Yeah,
Right.
she is.
They need to bring it to the people.
Absolutely.
You know?
I wish more politicians would curse, actually.
Yeah.
I agree.
It makes them more real.
John
I wish we could
John
curse on the
Kennedy.
radio.
John Kennedy's got a potty mouth
He
in
does.
Louisiana.
I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Love
I
Mr.
it.
Kennedy.
The reason I started with Kamala Harris is because then later Joe Biden greeted a bunch of onlookers by saying this. This is cut. Be better if I had this.
Is this on? Hello.
It'd be better if I had this queued up. Cut 17.
Has the cut sheet now just absolutely gone off the rails?
Of course it has.
We've been off the rails since 6:43.
Cut 17, Phil, go.
My name's Joe Biden. I work for Kamala Harris. I asked her to be my vice president, but I knew I needed somebody smarter than me.
Oh, boy.
That's another one of his staples. He's been known to drop that countless times. He does the other thing where he looks up at the balcony and says, "Don't jump, don't jump." It's the same thing over and over. And I don't know if he's trying to endear himself to females, to African Americans, whatever he's trying to pander to. But it's kind of scary to think, is he actually telling us the truth, right? Because we know when he goes off prompter and they don't like to let him out too often and speak his mind. Because I think a lot of us are of the belief, Tony Bruno, that it's either the squad Dems, the far left progressives, perhaps it's Barack Obama. This is not a Joe Biden operation. He just gets out there and regurgitates whatever they tell him to say.
Yeah, and there's a video, I don't know if you saw it, of all these celebrities asking Dr. Jill to do stuff and make sure that Joe Biden stops the genocide in Palestine. Yes. Have you seen that one?
Philly girl.
His wife's a Philly girl.
I know she is. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like a PSA.
Yeah.
And they're all appealing to Dr. Jill to maybe she can make something happen, because clearly they all think that Joe cannot do anything.
Well, we've said it's all hands on deck. I mean, you go to Kamala's abortion tour for 2024. They've trotted out Jill. They're trotting out Hillary Clinton. We've seen Bill Clinton at these big fundraisers and big dinner events. Barack Obama, Michelle Obama. I mean, it's like a conglomerate of all hands on deck to get Joe to the finish line for another 4 years.
Trump warns Democrats may use the bird flu to rig the upcoming 2024 election, saying we will not comply. He posted this, I believe, to Truth Social yesterday. Yeah. This is cut 18, Phil, go.
The left-wing lunatics are trying very hard to bring back COVID lockdowns and mandates with all of their sudden fear-mongering about the new variants that are coming. Gee whiz, you know what else is coming? An election. They want to restart the COVID hysteria so they can justify more lockdowns, more censorship, more illegal drop boxes, more mail-in ballots, and trillions of dollars in payoffs to their political allies heading into the 2024 election. Does that sound familiar? These are bad people. These are sick people we're dealing with. But to every COVID tyrant who wants to take away our freedom, hear these words: we will not comply. So don't even think about it. We will not shut down our schools. We will not accept your lockdowns. We will not abide by your mask mandates. And we will not tolerate your vaccine mandates. They rigged the 2020 election, and now they're trying to do the same thing all over again by rigging the most important election in the history of our country, the 2024 election, even if it means trying to bring back COVID. But they will fail because we will not let it happen. When I'm back in the White House, I will use every available authority to cut federal funding to any school, college, airline, or public transportation system that imposes a mask mandate or a vaccine mandate. Thank you very much.
I think I read yesterday one state had identified 70 different cases of the bird flu. I'm not sure if it was Texas or somewhere else in the Midwest, but I saw that yesterday, which I think prompted. And then there was somebody from one of the health agencies, it might have been the WHO or something to that effect, talking about, how you got to keep an eye on this and, stay vigilant and all this other stuff. I tell you what, Tony Bruno, if anything, all of a sudden explodes this summer or this fall with some sort of virus, you just know the Biden-Harris administration, they would love to put Joe in the basement, let him campaign from home, and try to run the 2020 playbook back again.
I just saw something yesterday that they may do a partial virtual Chicago DNC convention. Like some of it's there and some of it's not there, because they're concerned in Chicago about 1968, obviously, and now they're going to try to keep people as far away from the actual convention so there won't be any protest right near, probably at United Center where they're going to hold it, right? Or they're not going to use an outdoor stadium, are they?
No, I don't think so.
United Center.
Yeah. Can you imagine if they do virtual? Oh my God. Oh my God, that would be amazing.
Would that be an embarrassment for them?
Of course.
Yeah, because when I think of certain words from 2020 and 2021, yes. Masks, the word virtual screams does not work. And obviously we think about, work meetings, but most importantly, you think about how your child was educated. And it hit my wife and I. My girls in the fall of 2019 started kindergarten. And in March of 2020, before they wrapped up their first kindergarten year, the pandemic officially started. And virtual, and I didn't have a full-time job at the time. I was just hired part-time by Odyssey in Atlanta. And I'm sitting there while my wife is at work, and I'm trying to get my daughters, who are 6 years old, through virtual to pay attention on laptops that they have no idea how to use. And they want to run that back again? No.
Wow.
Not going to work.
That would be the biggest.
And how's Steven Spielberg going to produce the whole documentary and film of this?
That's true.
What's he going to do? Britt, didn't he do an AI? Didn't he do one of the big Ready Player One?
Oh yeah.
Maybe there will be a virtual convention produced by Spielberg.
Last week, speaking of COVID and all that nonsense, last week we saw the news that AstraZeneca, was being sued over their COVID-19 vaccine. Dr. Peter McCullough was on the John Solomon Reports podcast. Dr. McCullough is a cardiologist, I think from the University of Michigan. And they were discussing all of this. And he brought up this about how doctors were bribed to push the COVID vaccine during the 2020-21 pandemic. This is cut 2, Phil, go.
The COVID vaccines are actually still government property.
Oh,
so the government still pays the vaccine. But wait a minute, you're onto something. Do you know there was a leaked letter from Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield? And a typical doctor could have, I don't know, 1,000 or 2,000 Blue Cross Blue Shield patients in their panel. If the doctor got to 70% of his population vaccinated with the COVID vaccine, you know what the bonus was to the doctor?
I'm scared to even hear.
About $250,000.
Oh, my.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
So the question on the table is, was Blue Cross just giving a doctor $250,000, or were they paid through the government, through the Biden administration COVID Community Corps money? So I think what's happening is money is passing from the government to the insurance companies. The insurance companies are juicing the system and leveraging the system. Why would CVS and Walgreens be giving out vaccines? They have to be getting government money to do this. They're not going to waste their time doing this, right? So the government must be beyond this.
This was something I cited about a year ago on this show, that there were reports out there that doctors, and I didn't have the total bonus number of $250,000, but there was something to the effect, somewhere in the ballpark of $50 to $75 per patient that doctor would get compensated for if their patient got the shot. So, I mean, you do $50 to $70 a shot, no pun intended here, and you have 1,000 patients, and you get 800 of them to get the COVID shot, that's a nice little chunk of change that you're racking up as a doctor, basically on a COVID vaccine commission plan.
Yep, and you couldn't do anything about it, even if you complained or even if you questioned it back then. And none of these people are going to be held accountable. None of them. AstraZeneca is not going to be, Pfizer is not going to be held accountable, and they continue to push the shots. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I always wondered so Tony and I, we really did not want to get the shot. I think everybody knows that we didn't want to get it, but because Tony's grandson was born prematurely, the parents were told that nobody could see the baby unless they had the shot. So we finally made the decision to get the shot. Tony had issues, blah, blah, blah. But his doctor that he went to was in Philadelphia, one of those senior only Medicare doctors.
He wasn't old. I was old.
Yeah. But a great establishment, by the way. But strangely enough, for the shot, they said, "Oh, does your wife?" They thought we were married. Does your wife want to have a shot as well? We can do that here. Can you imagine any place accepting somebody without insurance, without them being a patient at that office, yet they're now welcoming me to take a shot?
There's no doubt. Why do you think the former mayor of New York was giving out fries? Remember, he was eating French fries if he got
De
the shot?
Blasio, yeah.
Yeah, he was at Shake
Shack.
Shake Shack, remember?
Yep.
Yeah, and he's eating French fries. I mean, and then all the late night guys were sponsored by Kimmel.
Yep.
What's his name? Colbert.
Yep.
They were all dancing with big hypodermic needles on TV.
Yeah.
Did they ever apologize?
Nope. They
Will
just
they ever
shamed
apologize?
you. Nope. Just shame you for not getting the shot. I lived it specifically as well because if you recall the timeline, they started rolling out the vaccines in late 2020 around the holidays, and then it became available for the high risk in early 2021, and then the general population for the most part. And I was, at 2021, I was 37. And I didn't want to get the shot. I only got the first 2, 3 weeks apart.
That's what we got, the first 2.
Yeah.
I got
August of 2020.
Yeah, I got Pfizer in March of 2021, and then 3 weeks later, I got the second shot. And the only reason I got it was because my father-in-law was coming down from Bethlehem to visit my wife and girls, and he was dealing with diabetes and cancer and chemotherapy treatment. So I just didn't, at that time, I'm like, okay, well, I'll just suck it up. I'll get the shot because I don't want to, because remember at the time we were told the virus stops with you if you are vaccinated.
Yes.
You cannot
Exactly.
spread it. And I didn't want to give it to my father-in-law and kill the poor guy who's dealing with 2 ridiculous diseases.
They told you that you were going, if they died, it would be your fault.
Yep. You remember that nut job Leanna Wen from Baltimore who was all over CNN with Sanjay Gupta? And Leanna Wen was saying we need to make sure that the unvaccinated are forced to remain in their house. Like, is she ever apologized for that?
She worked for Planned Parenthood, Leanna Wen. Yeah. And then went from Planned Parenthood to being an expert on the COVID shots.
Yep.
Speaking of the health crisis in America, Bernie Sanders has decided that the biggest health problem in the United States of America is that we have so many white doctors.
Absolutely.
Cut 7.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
We'll let Burns say it.
White doctors, not in Vermont. We don't have any white people up here. Let's go to the white doctors.
Cut 7, Phil, go.
That when Black, Latino, and Native American patients have access to Black, Latino, and Native American doctors, their health outcomes substantially improve. They are more likely to receive preventative services, they are more satisfied with their care, and they are more likely to live longer and happier lives.
There you go.
Tony Bruno, I've had my fair share of random idiopathic diseases. My vocal cords shut down on me. I had a SVT. My heart was out of whack. Never once have I worried about the race or ethnicity or gender of any medical practitioner or surgeon. All I've ever wanted was somebody that's just functional that can do a great job and repair me.
Yep.
I've had black doctors, black dentists, Filipino nurses who are the best. I mean, if you don't have a Filipino nurse, you haven't gone to the right hospital.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Can I play devil's advocate here for a
No,
second?
Robin, you can't.
No.
Sorry.
I kind of understand, maybe. I mean, I don't know if he said it exactly, but if you want to feel comfortable with a doctor who is seeing you at your worst, he's seeing you completely naked, you have to tell him all of your problems, it might be that they might feel more comfortable, just like a woman oftentimes feels more comfortable talking about issues with a female doctor.
Yes, exactly.
So maybe that's what he was saying, was that if an indigenous person or a Black person is with a Black doctor, they feel more comfortable with talking about them with their issues.
Does it make me sexist if I want to jump in for a massage at a local massage parlor and I say, no dudes, I need to have a lady massage me?
Well, my best massage guy was a dude named Blaze. So
Blaze.
I mean, in Philly. So
Yeah.
I mean, you know, men are good masseuses too. Are they masseuses? What are they?
I'm not
If
sure
they're a
what they
dude?
are. I just
Massage therapists.
See, now Tom Walsh says on the chat, says, I just had to go to a female urologist. Awkward. So that's kind of, I mean, I
I
can see
understand that,
some of
sure.
his points that he was saying.
Yeah, I get that too.
I mean, you go to a female urologist, like, what's the, I don't know.
I don't care what color the doctor is. I don't care if he's Jewish. I've had, you know, I don't care. And by the way, there's a lot of Jewish doctors, Bernie. Are you going to go in and get the Jewish doctors out of there and replace them with Black doctors? Come on.
Unbelievable.
By the way,
Bernie's running again for another term.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable.
And he'll win.
Yeah.
And he'll win again.
Yes, he will.
By the
The
way,
sewers.
by the way, to all the women out there, please don't take advice from Melody Feliciano Johnson.
Okay.
She was just sentenced. She's from Arizona. After her husband caught her trying to poison him by putting bleach in his coffee.
You know, I usually go with a little almond milk in my coffee, but bleach sounds enticing.
If you're watching
if
you're
Wait
watching
a minute,
right
did
now,
Donald Trump tell her to put bleach in her husband's coffee?
Go home to your mom.
for those of you watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, you'll see this this lady in a towel who appears to be, well, I guess I don't have to say appears to be because she was sentenced. She was putting bleach in her husband's coffee. Here's the video right now.
Okay.
See, she puts the bleach in there. You see it. There we go. Looking around.
I'm not seeing any videos.
Oh, you're not?
No. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we are.
Yeah. There you go. She puts the bleach in the coffee there. And Johnson decided to purchase pool chemicals, testing strips, and discovered there was a high chlorine level in his coffee. Roby Johnson. He started noticing that the coffee tasted off in March of 2023. He set up a hidden camera and caught his wife, Melody Felicio Johnson, in the act. Johnson says his wife was trying to get life insurance benefits by attempting to kill him. Despite all the evidence, Feliciano struck a plea deal and pled guilty to 2 counts of adding poison or a harmful substance to food or drink.
Wow.
She will only have to serve 3 years of probation.
Only 3 years of probation?
Probation.
So,
what if
Not
she
even
would have
jail time?
No.
What if she would have tried to add
Mustard?
She would have got 6 weeks.
She had hot star tattoos on the back of her
Yeah.
legs, though.
Yeah, baby.
So a lot of people are saying wood. Well, I don't know if I would.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Don't mess
freeze
with my
frame
coffee,
that. Yeah.
See, Tony, this is what gets guys into trouble.
Yeah.
Is that we
Yep.
we see women like this and we're like, wood,
Yeah.
and then they end up poisoning our coffee.
Right.
You know what I
This
mean?
is
Robin never poisons my
Even,
coffee.
No.
even after you know she poisoned coffee, you're still saying wood.
You know,
I'm
this
not
is-
saying wood.
it's unbelievable,
That's a
Robin.
joke. That's an ongoing joke. now.
You see, Robin, this is why we shouldn't have allowed people like you to vote. You got all these females now that want to just
Drive.
kill us.
I've
Yeah.
said it many times. Robin proves many times why women shouldn't be. No, she's a great driver. Women should not be able to drive or vote anymore.
Yep.
Yeah. Here's the thing, too, and my wife has told me this. She goes, if I want to kill you, I can kill you, and they will never know anything about your death.
100%.
She
Wait,
watches.
is that violent speech?
It is.
Now-
My wife
now,
is an
if somebody on
insurrectionist,
Twitter
yes.
hears that, they're
Yes.
going to say Nick Kayal was spouting violent speech on the show today.
She watches all of those investigative discovery shows of how I killed my husband and all that stuff. They throw the bones in barrels of acid. Oh, yeah. If I ever
Well, but they
disappear.
were still discovered. So, you have to watch a bunch of them before you realize how not to get caught.
My wife will Jimmy Hoffa me. There's no doubt about it.
We talked earlier. Actually, Jerry Seinfeld talked earlier about AI and how it's it's frightening, and we aren't frightened by it, but we should be. So OpenAI just announced a new ChatGPT's new model that it can detect and understand videos, audio, and even the emotions in your voice.
Ooh.
So here's a real-time demonstration of this by an OpenAI employee where he's chatting with his ChatGPT, and they notice things, and it's very disturbing. This is cut 6, Phil. Go.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey there. It's going great. How about you? I see you're rocking an OpenAI hoodie. Nice choice. What's up with that ceiling, though? Are you in a cool industry-style office or something?
Well, can you take a guess at what I might be doing based on what I'm showing you here?
From what I can see, it looks like you're in some kind of recording or production setup. With those lights, tripods, and possibly a mic, it seems like you might be gearing up to shoot a video or maybe even a live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, we've got a new announcement to make.
That's exciting. Announcements are always a big deal. Judging by the setup, it looks like it's going to be quite the professional production. Is this announcement related to OpenAI, perhaps?
It is. And in fact, what if I were to say that you're related to the announcement?
Uh-oh.
Or that you are the announcement?
Me? The announcement is about me? Well, color me intrigued. Are you about to reveal something about AI? Or more specifically about me as a part of OpenAI? You've got me on the edge of my, well, I don't really have a seat, but you get the idea. What's the big news?
Yeah, we've got a new model that can interact with the world through audio, vision, and text.
Wow.
What's your hand doing underneath the table?
Yeah. He's doing the tubing.
Oh, man.
Is that Jeffrey Tubin?
Oh,
there?
my God.
What is going on back there, as Harry Mays once famously said?
God.
I'll tell you what.
Show me your credit card.
Yeah.
That is
it's scary, Robin.
Absolutely terrifying.
Yep. Mm-hmm. It is.
Not the hand under the table.
I'd rather call California psychics than that.
But think
Bingo.
about this. With that voice, she did not sound like a robot. I
No.
mean, she sounded a little bit stunted, but she sounded
It's a little
better.
stiff for me.
But think about that is going to take over every single customer service. They're
Mhm.
not going to have to hire anybody out of, India or
I want to talk to Filipino people at customer service.
They're the best.
They're the best. You talk to a Filipino and any customer service, they're always nice. And
But
don't
that's
forget
gonna
to say,
take
what, Robin? What do you say at the end?
Salamat po.
Salamat po.
That
Salamat po.
Just get me to a live agent. I'm going to hit 0 repeatedly until I don't need to hear your 7 options. Put a human on the phone.
By the way,
Robin does that when she's on. She finally screams, "Agent!"
Yes, agent. Customer
No,
service.
Do you know this? This is like a trick. When I worked for the airport a long time ago, one of the things that if you're trying to get through to customer service, if you started swearing, it would jump over from like it would immediately get you to an agent faster.
That's amazing.
So I've learned to do that. So you just swear, just immediately just start swearing, cursing, and it just brings
Did
you
you
to an
get
agent.
the
right away.
bleeping door open on him?
That's amazing.
I really do think we now live in a surveillance state, and it's remarkable. Forget AI for a moment, but just the concept and the belief of people listening to you via your cell phone. The whole Alexa and Hey Siri. Like if you have an iPhone and you say the word Siri and the phone does. I mean, I true story. I'll take you behind the scenes here, behind the curtain, Greg Stalker and Tony Bruno, of the afternoon post-show nap. Okay.
Oh God, here we
So
go.
I'll set. Let's say I go down for my nap around 12. I'll set my alarm for 1:30.
My grandkids who are 4 and 2 don't go down for afternoon naps anymore.
Not going to be on my watch.
Exactly right.
Unbelievable.
And let's say I fall asleep at 12:15 and I wake up, it's 1:15 and my alarm hasn't gone off yet. I'll say, "Hey Siri, what time is it?" My phone talks back to me and says it's 1:15. I'll say thank you, and Siri will respond back and say you're welcome. So think about that, where you have the government and the surveillance state world that we live in. If your phone is interacting and listening to every word you're saying and it will respond to you, what do you think the government is capable of doing? That's the scary part of artificial intelligence for me.
Nick, a real man of the people here on
That's
Morning
right.
Drive in Philadelphia, talking about taking a nap at noon while everybody else is working hard.
Philadelphia, if you want the best I have to give you from 6 to 10, I need that 75-minute nap each day. Just being honest.
Unbelievable.
I'm like the big guy, Joe Biden. I work 4 hours a day, and then I take a nap.
Let's get real quick here to some legal reactions to the Trump hush money case. Michael Cohen took the stand yesterday, revealing nothing. That's the problem with this whole case, is that we've heard this is like a rerun.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard all this stuff before.
Yeah, this is just the National Enquirer playing out in a courtroom.
Yep. What else is on, ladies and gentlemen? Let's start with Jonathan Turley. I always like Jonathan Turley talking about D.A. Bragg relying on motivated judge and motivated jury to take him where he needs to go for a conviction. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
Judge is seated. The jury is being walked into the courtroom now. And Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, and Jonna Spilborn join our coverage for the best legal analysis you'll see all day. Jonathan Turley, let me start with you. As Michael Cohen, who is known as a serial perjurer, could be the witness we hear from today.
That's right. And his role here is quite telling because the government has yet to establish what are called the elements of any crime in this case. So they're at the end of their witness list. And it's now becoming apparent what the strategy is. And that is Bragg is relying on a motivated judge and a motivated jury to take him where he needs to go for conviction. But before he gets there, he has to be able to credibly argue that anyone said that there was direct evidence that Trump not only wanted to keep this silent, that's not a crime, but intentionally committed fraud, intentionally wanted this denotation as a legal expense to conceal a crime. Michael Cohen appears to be the person that he's going to do that. Now, you can look at that and say, but who would believe someone that just a few weeks ago was denounced as a serial perjurer by another judge? And the answer is it doesn't matter. Because Bragg knows that Trump can't take the stand after earlier rulings by the judge in this case. So Cohen's testimony will not be contradicted by Trump. So what Bragg will argue is, you may think he's a liar. You may think that he's a bottom feeder. But that's a question of credibility, Judge. And so this has to go to the jury.
I've got to imagine once Trump's defense counsel gets the opportunity to cross-examine Michael Cohen and bring him back up on the stand, they're going to completely wreck him. I mean, Tony, if you're going to get a conviction on a crime, you got to be able to convince the jury that beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed every element of the crime. There are elements to a specific crime. And so far, there's been no proof of a crime, no proof of fraud. It's just 18 years of regurgitating tabloid material.
And I think you guys played it yesterday. Stormy Daniels on Bill Maher.
Yep.
Back in 2018, saying to him that there was no force issue with Donald Trump when he slept with her.
Yep.
There was no Me Too movement. She wasn't raped, she wasn't assaulted. And then then they bring her in and put her on as a witness. And this guy Cohen, I mean, anybody with a legal mind, and I'm not, although I do call 1-800-lawyer whenever I get stuck. But the bottom line is, this guy has no credibility. And today's the biggest day, because I think today, when the defense gets to grill him, I think they shake him down and pretty much game over today. I'm going to release a stone cold lock now. I know it's not football season. Today is the day that the case ends. The judge is going to have to just throw this thing out. If it goes to the jury, who knows what's going to happen? But I think the judge today will finally say, that's enough.
Well,
I'm out.
If I recall correctly from the jury selection process, 2 attorneys ended up being of the 12 jurors. There were 2 lawyers.
There's 3 of them. I think there's 3 attorneys.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't imagine that you're going to get 12 out of 12 to agree that Trump committed a crime and convict. And again, remember, Alvin Bragg can get 11 guilties and 1 not guilty, and Alvin Bragg still loses. I got to be honest. I'm not saying that it's going to result in him being disbarred. I don't think that's going to be brought up. But I just don't know how Alvin Bragg, if he loses this case, which at this point I think it's a lock that he will, I don't know how you continue your career with any credibility. I mean, he already relegates 52% of felonies down to misdemeanors.
You think it's a lock that Bragg is going to lose?
If I had to bet on this case right now, how I think the verdict will be, I think it'll be not guilty.
Yeah, no, I disagree.
You disagree?
I disagree. Yep.
Wow. Okay.
I'm telling you, man, this is
Do you think jurors are just going to vote based on
the fix
hatred?
is in?
Yes, I do.
Because we haven't seen any proof yet, right? Like we've heard from all the experts, Turley and Honig, left wing, right wing, CNN, Fox News.
Did proof matter in OJ? I'm just saying.
No, you're right. You're right.
Bottom line, I want to thank some of our great followers in there. Tiny Bubbles noticed the same thing.
Love Tiny Bubbles.
Who was the redhead? Who was the redhead?
Oh, it's Robin.
I think that's his wife.
Oh,
no. It's Cohen when he comes out of the courtroom and he's got this redhead next to him, and then he goes to this limo, and then she goes in. I think that's his wife.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
The correct answer is Wood.
WOULD.
Exactly.
Andy McCarthy weighed in too. He says they haven't come close to proving that fraud has taken place. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
Has the state proven that fraud has taken place?
No, as Jonathan's pointed out, they haven't come close to proving that fraud has taken place. And they don't just have to prove that fraud has taken place, they have to prove that it was fraud that included a specific intent to commit another crime, which we believe is a federal campaign finance crime. It's astonishing that we can't say that with complete certainty. That's supposed to be spelled out in the indictment. But there's not a scintilla of evidence that Trump was even thinking about federal campaign law, let alone that they conspired to violate it. And I think it's important to make this distinction. You can make an agreement, which, as Jonathan just said, is a legal arrangement to not disclose or to try to bury politically embarrassing information. You could absolutely intend to do that. That doesn't mean that you were even thinking about the federal campaign finance laws, much less willfully violating them beyond a reasonable doubt, which is what Bragg has to prove here to get a conviction, at least as a matter of law. Whether they can sway the jury is another matter. And the final thing I would say about this is, you can put somebody who is even a convicted perjurer on the stand, but generally the agreement that a prosecutor makes to a jury in terms of the commitment that you make in the opening statement and the way you try the case is that we're not going to ask you to convict on the basis of a perjurer's testimony unless we can show you a document or other testimony or something that corroborates that witness on this disputed point. To repeat what Jonathan just said as starkly as I can, they are asking this jury, they have to ask this jury if they're going to convict on fraud, to accept this guy's uncorroborated testimony despite his mountainous credibility problems. That is not something a prosecutor would ordinarily do, which is why I think the prosecutors in my old office, the Southern District of New York, decided not to pursue this case.
And keep in mind, too, there's a different burden of proof. The threshold in a civil proceeding is preponderance of the evidence, which is all you have to prove is that it's more likely than not. So to quantify that, it's better than 50% that so-and-so was guilty of whatever. Perfect example, the E. Jean Carroll case. That was a civil case, $83 million, the preponderance of the evidence. In a criminal proceeding, the burden of proof is much more significant. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. So you cannot, as a juror, vote guilty unless you believe the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump committed the crime and committed this fraud. If 12 out of 12 jurors arrive at that conclusion beyond a reasonable doubt, then we might as well just scrap the criminal justice system. It's going to be a complete waste of time, to be completely honest.
No, Greg made a good point because it is a New York jury.
Yep.
Even though there are a couple of lawyers on there, the prevailing thought is that the lawyers, realizing that the case is a joke, even if they're Democrats, they're lawyers first and foremost, and even they would say, what is the charge here? What is, it's about confusing jurors. That's what happened in the OJ case.
Yeah.
You confuse the jurors, but then in that case, the jurors played the race card and they went with Johnny Cochran, and if the glove fits, so you can't acquit.
Yep.
They
it
admitted
doesn't
it
fit.
afterwards.
And then these people are going to be confused. I think the only hope to have this decided by the jury absolutely locked in is if one or two of those lawyers say, wait a minute, where's the evidence to the other jurors when they sit in the deliberation room and try to figure out whether
they have a hung jury. They
just need one.
Not just one. Well, no, they were saying that it was 3. If it's just one,
three makes it one hung juror makes it a hung jury. One, but 3 makes it no doubt about it.
Right.
Yep.
And they can't retry.
Yeah.
Right.
Jen Psaki weighed in on this on Rachel Maddow's program last night, and they talked about the indictments and the polling for Joe Biden, or for Trump, excuse me. And this is what she said about that with Rachel last night. Cut 16, Phil, go.
Trial being made manifest. Well, we don't know yet. I will say one additional detail you didn't mention, but is my favorite from last Wednesday, is that Trump spent time dining with people who spent about $10,000 on NFTs, and they got to get a piece of his suit and a piece of his tie. That's how he spent a day campaigning. So there you go. I think on the polling of it, it hasn't impacted people yet. We know from polling we've seen that if he is convicted, that the polling has showed that it could impact people and how they view him. We will see. But if you look at the contrast here, Rachel, I mean, Joe Biden is out there. I think one of the best things he's done recently is that event in Wisconsin, where he basically went to a state and went to a place, Foxconn, where Trump made a promise about jobs that he couldn't deliver on, didn't deliver on. That had a little edge to it. You need a little edge to break through these days. So that was a good thing. But there's got to be more of that, too, in order for Biden to continue to kind of make progress in this campaign. The most interesting, and you touched on this and went over it, and this is the thing that stuck out to me so much about today, is this sort of sideshow, but it's not a sideshow of the.
There you go.
All right, let's hit on the most pertinent thing right out of the gate here, right off the top, Tony. I got to tell you, Jen Psaki in that power red blazer, not bad.
Of course.
Would.
Of course.
Would.
But, here's Jen Psaki, who wrote a book and released it where she absolutely lies about the when the bodies came back to Delaware, to the joint base at Wilmington, Delaware, and Dover, actually. And there's a picture of Biden looking at his watch. In her book that she released, she says that Joe Biden was not looking at it. This was after the bodies had arrived. And then there were witnesses and members of the families of the soldiers who were returned after Afghanistan saying that, no, Joe Biden lied, and he was looking at his watch during the ceremony. So she had to go now back and take that out of her book. So she has zero credibility. She was this, circle back girl for Joe Biden. Obviously, she's the leftist sweetheart now because she's on MSNBC. But she's just another. Remember, she was in Russia with Hillary wearing a hat with a communist Chinese thing while she was with the Lavrov and Hillary Clinton with the reset button. Remember that debacle? So she's got zero credibility. But they'll throw her on because she's, she'll just be a cheerleader for the Democratic Party.
And as Joe looks down at his watch, he says this.
Name me a time.
Exactly right.
What time, Joe?
8:49 as we get ready to wrap up the cut sheet here. But yeah, this is driving, I think, Democrats and MSNBC and those on the far left absolutely insane. We played that Carville clip yesterday. And I really think that yes, the agenda was the punishment is the process. I got a tweet yesterday from somebody. It was, I forget who said it, but the punishment is the process. That a lot of these people, they thought maybe they could get a conviction, but worst case scenario, they tie Trump up in court. They smear him, they gag him, they silence him, and they keep him off the campaign trail as Biden and Harris do their thing. And then, of course, Trump has to allocate all of these funds towards his legal fees. So, that they're not happy that these cases are not going. If you're looking at it from as far as like an arrow perspective, which way's the momentum going? The momentum arrow is in the direction of Trump in all of these cases right now. But the whole goal, I think, is just merely to keep him off the campaign trail and have these pictures plastered across the television. But that's also not working, Tony. Every time this guy gets indicted or anything, details break, his poll numbers go up every single time. I've said it before. He's the first martyr to still be alive, right?
Well, remember, Remember the mug shot was going to be the end of it?
Yeah.
Oh, when we get a mug shot of Donald Trump, that's going to be it. And then it actually helped him.
Right.
The mug shot helped him.
People were printing T-shirts.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Everything they have thrown at him is kind of backfired. And it doesn't mean he's going to be in the clear for all 4 cases right now. But, I mean, they're either delayed. We have yet to see a lack of evidence beyond a reasonable doubt in the Alvin Bragg case. We have all sorts of shenanigans going on, from how they handled the classified documents just recently in Mar-a-Lago to Fani Willis having sex with Nathan Wade. I mean, all of this is like, in a lot of ways, multiple cases here, Tony. This is like the O.J. Simpson trial all over again, where you have a celebrity on trial and it's just an unmitigated circus and sideshow going on right now.
And this is a process that I trust less than the 76ers process, which I distrusted from the second it started.
You did call that.
By it
You did call that.
I called it just like the COVID vaccine. You know, being right all the time is a burden.
It is. It's a burden.
But it's a burden I'm willing to carry.
Amen,
because
brother.
All the conspiracy theorists are turning out to be right.
Yep.
So if you're a conspiracy theorist and then everything that you said turns out to be accurate, then what do you become as a result of that?
A deep philosophical question here at 8:52.
That's what this show's about. It's about deep thinkers.
Yeah, man.
We don't just throw fluff out there. This isn't a fluff show.
There you go. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. You can get 0% financing for 60 months or a $2,000 customer bonus on the new 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan only during the 75th anniversary sales event. Visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne or piazzavw.com today. Final hour is on the way. If you thought we'd been off the rails from the jump, just wait till you get to hour 4, baby. As Joe Biden would say.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
Damn right.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Final hour.
Not a joke.
Not a joke. Coming up next.
Dingers, blasts, moonshots, whatever you call them, everyone loves home runs. And with FanDuel's Dinger Tuesdays, you can love them even more. That's right, Dinger Tuesdays are back for another season on America's #1 sportsbook. Just bet on a player to homer, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during the game, as if you needed another reason to love long ball. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball and of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. Bonus issued does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, this is the absolute worst time of year to be dealing with joint pain because the weather is breaking. Everybody's getting out today, whether it's golfing, going out, jogging, working out. And that joint pain is keeping you from doing everything you love to do. Am I right here? If you're tired of those achy joints, I want you to call my friends at QC Kinetics before you ever agree to things like surgery or steroids or medications. Patrick loves to golf like our own Nick Kayal, although Patrick definitely wears his sunscreen. Patrick couldn't even walk because of that horrible knee pain. But after his QC Kinetics regenerative treatments for his knees, Patrick is back and has the best handicap he's seen in 15 years. How does that sound? I'd love to be talking about your story next, where you were able to get lasting relief, no downtime. Don't wait to call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000. Get that free consultation, 215-999-3000. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
I'm the guy that never gives 5 stars because I never believe that anything is perfect. But I would give them 20 stars if I could.
Ernest Stella Review belongs to QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments. They came through when he badly needed relief for his aching knees, and doctors had told him that surgery was the only option.
What they're doing is cutting edge, and it really helps. And I'm a tough sell.
QC Kinetics is led by National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in this field. With 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, publishing in non-surgical natural pain treatments. These are the medical pros to trust.
I'm living my life basically pain-free from what I was dealing with, so I'm a happy camper today, no doubt about it.
QC Kinetics. Call today to see if you're a candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company doing it live, local, late breaking. Kayal, Bruno, Stocker, Miss Robin is here. Dawn with the morning off. Hopefully she feels better. Kathy Barnett will be in for her at the top of the hour.
It's the station. It's the station of the people.
Is that what we're calling it these days? I like
live, local, late breaking. The station of the people.
Yeah,
I can hear it now.
Save that soundbite there, Jimmy.
As Stocker once said back in the day.
In and out of every break, we need to jingle and hit the time.
Exactly. 855-839-1210. It's good to have Tony in here today. We've got the cut sheet part 2 coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll also find out what happened on today in music history. Phil Almquist is all giddy in the back as I was going to the bathroom during the break. The NFL's releasing all their schedules and games are leaking out, so he's already booking road trips to the West Coast. So Phil's he's in his glory today, Tony Bruno.
Absolutely. Now, the schedule release, it's funny because Adam Schefter, I've been following him, and he's like, this is not really, I'm not leaking anything, but the networks are already now starting to announce which games they have. But that's not a schedule leak.
Right.
So today is the day it comes out officially. But everybody's going to know by this afternoon who's playing where, when, why, what, and wow. And then you're going to call and book your flights and then realize that the flights are like 10 times more than they were a year ago, except Brazil. I don't know. Have you booked your flight to Brazil, Greg Stocker, for the Eagles opener?
I have not. I should probably get on that, huh?
The Eagles opener in Brazil. I think Allegiant's offering flights for $38.
Yeah, right.
Seatbelt optional.
No, if you go Spirit, it'll be one big brawl all the way to Brazil.
Yeah.
There'll be a conga line. Well, they don't do conga in Brazil, do they?
No.
They do what do they do when they're down the street? They
Well,
have the Carnival.
yeah, they have Carnival.
Yeah.
Which is the original one. Much better than New Orleans
And
and
the
all the
great
fake
bikinis.
ones. And what?
And the great bikinis.
Oh, yeah, and they have the original thongs. The original thong capital of the world, ladies and gentlemen.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Morning Mystery Movie Clip is coming up in about 15 minutes. We've got the great prize again for Nabrasa Brazilian Steakhouse or the Iron Abbey.
Yeah.
Tony, we went to Nabrasa a decade ago, if you remember, way back in our other life.
Love Nabrasa. Robin and I would go up there right on 611, right across from the Naval Air Station up there.
Look at you with that knowledge.
And then the Iron Abbey's right next door.
It is, yep.
Nothing
Great
like
place.
endless
Love
meats
it.
coming out.
You talk about meat sweats at the end of the night.
Damn right.
Just bring the meat back to the table. Slice me off another. No, I don't want them to slice me off another Kit Kat bar. Slice me off another piece of that meat.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I got the meat sweats right now, Tony Bruno,
Oh,
and I'm just
man.
doing radio. They towel off at the 10 o'clock hour.
Will you be able to take a nap after you eat at Nebraska or the Iron Abbey?
Oh, yeah, Tony. I'll be in like a diabetic coma. I'll be out for a good 10 hours. You kidding me? Unbelievable.
Now I'm hungry.
Me too. Nothing better than those little fillets wrapped in bacon. Oh, they bring those out endlessly. Just keep them coming. But that's the thing, though. When you do these like Brazilian steakhouses, Bruno, or you do a buffet, whether it's a brunch, a breakfast buffet, you got to let the build up like really get to you. You got to like almost go on like a fasting diet for 24 hours, and then you just go there and you unload and unleash holy you-know-what on that buffet. That's how
You
I
have
do
to
it.
do the same thing when you're prepping for Thanksgiving that you do when you go to some place like Nebraska.
Yeah, except you don't have to do all the cooking. Like
Right. No, but I mean, you have to like think that way that you don't eat for 24 hours ahead of time. You definitely don't eat that morning. You kind of fast all the way up until you arrive.
Yep. There used to be this buffet, as we get totally sidetracked here. By the way, the 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. There used to be this buffet down in Ocean City, Maryland. I think it was called the Embers. And they would have endless, this was back when, the economy was good and it didn't cost you $87 for a pizza. They have these endless crab leg buffets. And I'll never forget, there was one in Ocean City, Maryland, that my mom would take us to every year when we would go. And it was endless king crab legs. And I'm not talking little snow crab legs. I'm talking about those big fat suckers. And it was like $35 for all you can eat crab. Tony, I'm telling you, I would skip breakfast. I would skip lunch. I wouldn't get a snack on the boardwalk, nothing. I would starve myself all day. And then I'd sit down and I'd make about 12 trips back up for those crab legs. Because there's nothing
Robin
better
and
than
I
crab.
have seen brawls at buffets on Delaware Avenue. There was this one place on Delaware near it's Columbus Boulevard, right near the Pep Boys in that shopping center. There's like
called?
There's a Ruby Buffet, I think it's
Ruby
good.
Buffet, yes.
And they would do crab leg night on Tuesday nights, whatever night it was.
Yeah.
And people would be in there just for and then everybody kept going back and they would fill their plates up to the top. And these are the big king crabs, not the opelios.
Yep.
The opelios are the smaller crab legs, as you know, as a man who's watched
rather than
Deadliest Catch for for
taking
decades.
Just a couple legs back to they would fill up their entire plate, and then the people that were in line behind them would see that, and there would be no more crab legs, and there were brawls.
Oh yeah,
we're like,
oh yeah, you take my damn crab legs, things gonna it's on.
Yes, it is.
Crazy.
It's on.
What do they used to say back in the day? It's on like Donkey Kong. I think they said that back in the 90s.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's not like something Phil Almquist would say when he was watching a Knicks game that nobody cares about. All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So we mentioned earlier this morning that North Carolina, the University of North Carolina, is ending diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they are reallocating their annual budget of $2.3 million to go towards funding of campus safety, campus police, and making sure, in light of all of these college protests, that people feel safe and secure when they are the customer, by the way, enrolled at a university, paying their money or taking out loans to get an education. But if you're going to notice this, and Outkick does a great job of bringing this up, in the workplace, in corporate America, you're going to start seeing, and my sister has confirmed this because she's an HR executive for a big company, a lot of these companies are abandoning and pivoting away from the branding of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it's now being repackaged as L&I, which stands for leadership and inclusion. And I just want to bring this up and read this because I think this is long past due. And the Biden administration has built their entire platform around the ridiculous concept of DEI. It's not about having the best functional people in your cabinet. It's making sure we have one of these and one of those, and everybody's got to look differently but think identically. So they say DEI, and I didn't know this, DEI has been around since the 60s, but really rose to prominence following the death of George Floyd in 2020. The acronym on the surface excuses hiring and promoting individuals based on race and gender. DEI is one of the most cited hallmarks of the Biden administration. However, the Washington Post just last week published an article profiling how various U.S. businesses are quietly scrubbing their websites and scrubbing their association with DEI because of the citing mounting legal and political pressure. State legislators across the country are considering dozens of anti-DEI bills. And Tony, I think we're long past due to get away from this because first and foremost, I think it's illegal. I mean, you are basically saying we are going to discriminate against one group of people so that we can check off boxes and hit quotas. And I've made this analogy for a long time now. Like these big corporate companies, they care about their social credit score. Like they can afford some of the blowback. But like this, you don't see DEI for the most part in your small mom and pop small businesses because those people live paycheck to paycheck, and all they really care about is the most adequate employees that they can hire so that they can return the biggest profit possible. But I just think we're looking at a point now. You're seeing it in colleges, you're seeing it in the workplace, and I think we're ultimately seeing it doesn't work, right? Like, how many DEI failures do you need to see before you just abandon ship?
Well, you're saying, I don't know if you saw this the other day. I'm sure you did, but JFK Airport in New York, they're undergoing a massive expansion, and they announced that the employees that they will be hiring will be minority only. What is it called? People of color, IPOC, EPOC, APOC, ipso facto, one of those POCs.
Ipso facto.
Well, he's one of the great followers
Yes,
on the page right there.
Yeah.
Give him a little shout out. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Anyway, so they're basically going back to segregation. You will not get a job if you are white. And I'm not making this up. Look it up. Look at they had a news conference where they announced that anybody who's going to be hired at this JFK Airport in New York expansion cannot be Caucasian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tell me how that's legal.
Right. Well, we've seen the end of affirmative action in colleges because we saw that was no longer necessary. Just the same thing with, the whole DEI nonsense, because to me, they want to brand it as diversity, equity, and inclusion. To me, it's divisive. It's, to me, it's exclusionary. You're already saying we don't want people to apply, or we will not hire you or promote you or admit you into a school if you are in a group of people that we feel like, well, quote, we have enough of those. We need to have more of these. And this is why, and you and I, are certainly political, but we came from a sports background originally in broadcasting. Could you imagine diversity, equity, and inclusion being instilled in professional sports? It would ruin the products, which is why I've always said sports is the ultimate meritocracy where the best get to the top and everybody else slots in accordingly based on their ability, their skill, and what they bring to the table. Not what they look like, not who they sleep with, not how they align politically. That was the beauty. Before sports got political, that was the beauty of sports. We didn't care about any of that. We just all rallied behind the fact that we love the Eagles and we hate the Cowboys. And Tony Bruno, nobody hates the Cowboys more than you.
Well, Stephen A. Smith claims he does, but I've been hating the Cowboys before Stephen A. Smith was even a writer at the Philadelphia Inquirer. So come on, man.
Damn
but
right.
Anyway, BIPOC is the word I'm looking for.
Ah, yes.
BIPOC stands for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. So BIPOC is the word now. Those are the people that are going to get hired. And listen, I don't have a problem with, look at Harvard. Harvard got sued because they weren't taking in more Asian students because they had too many Asians, and they had to get sued because the Asians were smart, but they wanted to have more people of color in there.
Well, they didn't count Asians as anybody of color.
Exactly.
They were all white as far as they were concerned.
Exactly.
And we've seen a lot of this hatred in the last 7 months for Jewish people. And I've come to the conclusion that I think a lot of the hatred towards Jewish people is because, quote, and I'm saying this, tongue in cheek, Jewish people look like white people, right? So it's okay to be hatred and have hate-filled speech towards Jewish people because they kind of look like white people, right? But yet we're looking at a point now where when you see some of these companies, most notably, some of the biggest ones out there, the Washington Post is highlighting Starbucks. They're highlighting Kohl's, Salesforce, and Workday. If you work in any type of marketing, you know what Salesforce means to your daily work life. It's a huge computer database for you. Right. When all of these companies start abandoning this, then you know it's time to either repackage it or ditch it. But never forget where a lot of this started. This is just my personal opinion. I think this started with Larry Fink from BlackRock, the CEO of BlackRock. Remember that famous soundbite a few years ago? It was either in the beginning of the pandemic or right before the pandemic, where he says, we have to force a change in behavior. And they're going to punish these companies. And my sister has told me this, how it works. These HR executives, they really take it into account how their social credit score looks. If their social credit score isn't high enough, they don't come out high enough in these rankings. And then those businesses are all of a sudden under attack by some of the most powerful lobbyist groups. And right now, in this country and around the globe, one of the most powerful lobbyist groups is the LGBTQ plus group. And they will boycott those companies if they're not seen to be diverse enough.
And the interesting thing is back in the day, and I'm talking 25, 30 years ago, the Reverend Jesse Jackson would go to these corporations like Coca-Cola and all of these other big companies and say, like, tell us how many people do you have? People of color do you have? And it was primarily African Americans because that's who he was speaking for. And Operation Push and all the other things. He would go in and say, hey, you guys don't have enough people on your board of directors, who are not white. You have too many white people in here. And he would force them under threat of, boycotts or calling them out to hire more black people or pay him money.
Right.
And that's what happened. And you're right. Now the LGBTQ plus community has that power to go in to tell people what they should do, think, what the teachers should be teaching their kids, not teaching their kids. So it's all about, it's Operation Push, though, was Belladonna VHS. No, that doesn't count. I'm sorry. That one doesn't count. Come on, guys.
Just a real quick note regarding... regarding Jews and people of color.
Yeah.
I learned something yesterday that I did not know.
What's that?
Did you know that a very large population of Jamaicans were Jewish?
I did not know that.
Yes.
Well, I know Sammy Davis Jr. was Jewish.
No, so apparently there were like 200 Jews. I don't know if they were Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews that emigrated to Jamaica back in like the early 1700s, and they grew from there. At one point, 20% of Jamaicans were Jewish.
Wow. It's good Jamaican Jewish knowledge.
I had not known that before yesterday.
I didn't either. See what you learn on the show? This isn't just a stupid show where we just talk about stupid stuff.
Yeah, and give out bad hot takes, right?
Exactly right.
Question. What did you say years ago, Tony Bruno? Question the answers and answer the questions?
Yeah, answering questions and then questioning the answers.
Yeah. I think that's what
I
we
used
do.
that 25 years ago.
Might have to steal
answering
that from you.
questions and questioning answers. Isn't that what we should always be doing?
I agree.
Kevin Poles is saying Ethiopian Jews as well.
Yeah, all right.
So there are definitely a lot of Jews.
Adam Sandler's going to have to update his Hanukkah song this year. I think. There's just too many Jews we're leaving out.
Yes.
Will he not be allowed to do that this year because of all the anti-Semitic stuff going on all over the world?
It's a good point. A lot of people are saying after that roast success of the Tom Brady roast on Netflix that Adam Sandler might be the next one up in the non-sports department that's going to get roasted. Which, by the way, did you watch the Tom Brady roast? I thought it was fantastic.
I didn't. I don't have 3 hours to watch that. I don't have 3 hours to do anything.
We did
except this show. The 4 hours here flies by.
Well, it's because
we start at 6 a.m.
You have the rest of your day
Exactly.
afterwards.
We did watch several clips, though, and all the clips that we watched were his.
Yeah, I don't need to see 3 hours.
Yeah.
By the way, there's already a Kevin Hart roast. So roasts are that's the hot thing now.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart's like on everything. God bless him. Philly guy, we legend.
Yep.
He hosts roasts. Now he's getting roasted.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a roast right now, I'm not talking about a good rump roast. That's thinking of Nebraska.
Right.
You get that roasted meat.
Yeah. Where's my Dawn dry rub drop? Lost it. Got too many drops over here.
Where's the dry rub?
Yeah.
You like a dry rub on your?
I love a dry rub, Tone. Yeah, I don't need all kinds of, fugazi marinades like Kraft barbecue sauce and all that nonsense. Condiments are for kids, Tony.
I often use a dry rub on my meat.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It could be painful, though, if you do it wrong.
Well, yeah, of course. Meanwhile, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. If you suffer from chronic body pain, call Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, Pennsylvania. Their team of licensed physical therapists create personalized therapy plans to get you feeling better in as few as just as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com to schedule an appointment today. Look at this, 9:20 right on the dot. Let's get to the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Chump.
Oh, boy.
I just saw the most amazing
Really?
thing in my entire life.
Boys in the back must be busy. Find something easy.
Man.
Do it.
Plus, we've done this
Come on.
part of the clip before. Does anybody check their work?
Cut it out.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Anthony, you are fired.
That'll do it for Lorenzo for finding the easiest clip of all time. If you know that easy clip and you are caller 12 at 855-839-1210, you will get either a $50 gift card to Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse or a $50 gift card to the Iron Abbey in Horsham. Check them out at Nebraska.com or IronAbbey.com. 855-839-1210. Caller 12. If you can identify the easiest clip, maybe in the history of this show. We've given you some easy ones before. Maybe we can roll out Jaws tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've used Jaws. And if
Memorial Day weekend's a couple of weeks away.
Yeah.
That's right. We're going to need a bigger boat, Tone. And we're back after this. Stay right there.
Thanks for calling Toyota. This is Jan.
Hi, Jan. I just adopted a new best friend, and I'm looking for a Toyota so we can make the most out of summer.
With a new RAV4, you can take your pup for a drive up the coast. You can take a Prius to the park for some tug-of-war. Or you can take a Tundra to kayak at a remote lake.
One problem, Jan.
Oh?
My new best friend's a cat.
Your summer starts here, but it all ends June 3rd. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like, 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I heard you hired a CFO for your business. How did you afford that?
Easy. I hired Style CFO Services. They do everything a full-time CFO does. Cash flow forecasts, custom financial reports. Our profitability has skyrocketed. They even helped me get ready for our audit.
I bet they're really expensive.
You wouldn't believe how affordable they are. They will even do a 21-point assessment of your finances for free.
For free? How do I sign up?
Just go to stylescfo.com.
Stylescfo.com?
Yep, that's STILES, CFO.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and the Barnes Foundation for a free virtual tour of an art exhibit on May 23rd. Sign up now at aarp.org/local.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Planning a wedding? Enhance the experience with a rehearsal dinner or reception at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse in Center City, Philadelphia. Experience the Del Frisco's difference for all your wedding festivities. For more information, call 267-817-3867.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Memorial Day Mega Sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and be ready to kick off barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Roll on down to CBP on Saturday, June 1st at 7:15 when the Phils host the Cards and kids 14 and under receive a London 2024 double-decker bus presented by SEI. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. It's an NL East matchup you don't want to miss when the Phils take on the Nationals on Friday, May 17th at 6:40, Saturday, May 18th at 6:05, and Sunday, May 19th at 1:35. Visit Phillies.com to order tickets now.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I am woke, and I love it.
Yeah, thank you, Howard. Welcome back in. It's Kayal and Company here on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Greg Stocker, Miss Robin. Dawn hopefully back tomorrow. Hopefully she feels better. 855-839-1210. You can get us on social media at 1210 WPHT. Listen to us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. And throw your trash talk comments in the YouTube chat. We read everything, the good, the bad, the ugly. We don't run from it. Kathy Barnett will be in for Dawn at the top of the hour. We'll find out what happened in today's music history with Phil Almquist and who won Twitter today. But before all of that, and also we've got another story to get to. I've got a Planet Fitness update for you. Let's give away our first prize this morning as Joanne is with us. She has identified the movie clip, and she's going to get her choice of a $50 gift card. Joanne, good morning. First and foremost, what movie clip did we play for you, dear?
That would be Goonies.
That is the Goonies, right, yeah. Correct. One of my wife's favorite movies of all time.
Tough one.
Would you? Yeah, very tough. How long did that take you to identify that, Joanne? Over or under 3.5 seconds?
Under.
I thought
Yeah,
so. The under is always a good bet.
Always under.
So, Joanne, would you like the $50 gift card to Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse or the Iron Abbey in Horsham?
The Steakhouse.
Steakhouse. Yeah, I think the Steakhouse is going to be the leader in the clubhouse this week. Congratulations, Joanne, and thank you so much for listening and playing.
Thank you.
You are welcome. There she is, Joanne in Royersford with us.
By the way,
this
you
morning.
said it was one of your wife's favorite movies, not one of yours.
I love it, but
Okay.
I mean, she quotes it all the time. If she sees a clip on socials, she'll send it to me. It's probably on her Mount Rushmore. She can't get enough of it.
Yep.
I'm on her Mount Rushmore as well. She can't get enough of me either. But that's just between me and her. 855-839-1210. You like
Not
that,
anymore,
Tony?
it's not.
Well, no, you're right. The masses just heard about it. How about that? The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa. Spice up your sandwich routine at Wawa. Try a Honey Hot Club, panini, ciabatta, or hoagie from Wawa. Made fresh when you order it. Gotta have a Wawa. Tony, you recall some of the backlash that Planet Fitness was facing for allowing transgender individuals in female locker rooms, correct?
Correct. I mean, it's a huge story.
It's a huge story, and we have a huge update for you. As Planet Fitness is starting to feel kind of the Bud Light treatment, I don't think anything will ever top what Bud Light has been dealing with still to this day now. My God, we're like 16 months after that whole Bud Light debacle with Dylan Mulvaney in March of 2023. Their market share still hasn't recovered, and now, according to the New York Post, Planet Fitness has seen a membership drop, which they are classifying, according to Planet Fitness executives, as fairly significant in a drop in membership signups after one of its gyms unleashed a media firestorm by allowing a transgender customer to shave in the women's locker room. I think that lady that stood out and voiced her displeasure was from Alaska, if I recall. She was at one of the, I think it was the Anchorage location, which, you're probably going to want to stay in a Planet Fitness and work out because it's pretty cold in Alaska. And now, in order to deal with the dip in memberships and people signing up, what is Planet Fitness doing? I actually think
What are they doing?
They're making it worse for themselves. They're hiking their prices by up to 50% more to make up for the lack of membership. So, like, if you're already a member there, unless you're somehow grandfathered in at that, like, absurdly low rate of $10 or $20 a month, now you're going to see a price increase because they just won't do the right thing and say that men, if you were born a male, sorry, you can use the men's room or one of the gender-neutral bathrooms, the family bathrooms, if you will. You're just not able to come in and shave your you-know-what in front of women. I think they've compounded their mistakes here, Tony.
Now, we're getting our buddy 91L Sixers says Planet Fitness has recovered quite a bit. They were down almost to $40 a share, and now we're almost $70. Well, there's so many locations. And again, if you want to join Planet Fitness, I mean, here we are. It's almost Memorial Day, right? We're almost the middle of May. If you got a Planet Fitness membership, like for New Year's Day, like everybody does, or I'm going to go start join a gym, isn't it like $10 a day? Wasn't that their thing? And it's a no judgment. Wasn't there the no judgment zone?
Oh, yes.
They went from no judgment zone to don't judge me. Well, no, you can judge me, but just don't get me thrown out of here. If you're a woman and there's a guy in the locker room, you're not supposed to judge that guy in the locker room?
Yeah. If I see somebody that shouldn't be in a locker room that's in that locker room, I'm going to judge and I'm going to say something because you don't have a right to be in here, in my opinion, even though obviously Planet Fitness has their own policies. Their chief financial officer, Tom Fitzgerald, said, quote, "The first part of March was pretty good," he said last Thursday after the release of the weaker than expected first quarter revenue. Quote, "And then once social media sort of blew up over our policy issue, we definitely saw a change in the results in the back half of March. Joins and cancels were fairly significantly affected. They ended the quarter with this is pretty massive, by the way, 19.6 million members, which ultimately ended up being an 8% increase from a year ago where they missed their internal expectations." So I didn't realize that many people go to Planet Fitness. I mean, I haven't used a public gym in a long time, but I didn't realize they were that big. I mean, I know they're big, but I didn't think it was that big. So
yeah, the last gym I went to in Philly was the Sansom Street gym, and then he was always welcoming in there. I never had any problems in there.
Oh, God.
Hey,
very welcoming. I've heard that.
I have to. You have to be comfortable in your own skin,
in your
so
own
to speak.
skin, yes.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in on the conversation, you can certainly do so. I would love to know too, when you talk about these stories for some of these big companies like Planet Fitness. Like I don't know specifically who some of their competition is, other than I guess those Gold's gyms are still out there. For a while, I used to belong to a YMCA because we had a couple of friends that were there. And the last YMCA I belonged to, I was in Nashville. It was in one of the suburbs called Brentwood, Tennessee, a very nice area. I would highly doubt that a YMCA has the same transgender bathroom policy as a Planet Fitness.
Come on, Nick. It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
You're gonna give me some village people,
have
Tony?
a good meal. You can hang out with all the boys.
All the boys.
Come on, man.
All the boys.
Tell me you couldn't just envision Tony Bruno at a YMCA walking around in the men's bathroom butt naked and getting ready to shave his face at a sink with a can of Barbasol on a straight plate.
Barbasol. Man.
Tony Bruno here for Barbasol.
Barbasol. Actually, my head was shaved using Barbasol on the Best Damn Sports Show.
It's a good product.
Back in 2001 by Tom Arnold.
That's right. I remember that.
Talk about having a guy like Tom Arnold with a straight razor in his hand anywhere near your head or throat area.
How nervous were you?
Pretty nervous. I mean, we had.
It's on YouTube. You should watch it.
Oh, I've seen it. We
had many ambulances on standby there. We had doctors there. I mean, it was unbelievable, but
Tony
it changed
was
my life.
He was physically shaking.
I was physically shaking.
Well,
yes.
John Ritchie was shaking as well the day he watched a camera get his head shaved down the hallway. But that's a different story at a different station. All right, quick break. We'll come back and we'll get to Greg Stocker's What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2
What's on the cut sheet?
as we get ready to hand it off at the top of the hour to Kathy Barnett for the Dawn Stensland Show. Kayal and Company, back after this. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic, creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Dawn Stensland here. Spring is upon us, and there is no time like the present to get back out on the roads. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and more. Just visit them at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, or you can stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. The NFL draft is behind us and your favorite team is now gearing up for week number 1. The free Odyssey app puts you right in the middle of the pro football conversation with the biggest sports radio stations from across the country. The local voices who know your team the best, giving you their unfiltered takes on the current state of your squad. It's always football season on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I'm gonna rid myself a house in the shade of the freeway.
It's Kayal and Company, 941. As we continue, Tuesday morning. Nick, Bruno, Stocker, Miss Robin, Kathy Barnett in for Dawn at the top of the hour. Turn 7 liquidators. That's right. Store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers. Thousands of items now. They need to be gone below cost. Hurry. Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall. Turn 7 store closing liquidation. Turn 7. Check them out today. All right, let's get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2 on this Tuesday, sponsored by United Tire. If you drive a car, you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run. Get your car to United Tire and Service. Visit one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. UnitedTire.com. I go to the one in Willow Grove. Thank you, United Tire, for sponsoring the ever-important Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Tony Bruno, you mentioned this earlier, my friend. So what we do on this program, we call everything back. Let's call it back.
Yeah.
Is this like Jen Psaki, circle back?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. Jen Psaki had to retract the lie that Joe Biden didn't check his watch during the transfer of servicemen's bodies killed in Afghanistan. Former White House press secretary Jen Psaki, who now serves as a political pundit and news show host on MSNBC, has been forced to retract a statement from her forthcoming book in which she said that President Joe Biden did not check his watch during a ceremony for 13 deceased military men and women killed in Afghanistan. Psaki said that future editions of the book would not have the statement. So she said that in the first pressing of her book that this didn't happen. Then they went, as they say, to the tape. Cut 19, Phil. You can see the tape here. If you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the subscribe button, by the way, and the like button. Cut 19, Phil, go if you want to see this here.
About Sergeant
has
Nicole
his hand
G,
over his heart.
who was one of the 2 female Marines who were killed
Closing
among the
his
13.
Then checking his watch. There we go.
Almost nap time.
Trying to play it off like he was just bowing his head, but he was definitely checking his watch in that clip.
One of the biggest PR disasters, policy for sure, but PR as well. When you think about anything of, importance in any conflict, any war that this country is fighting and trying to protect its citizens, there is nothing more disastrous than the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, and then the optics on top of it. For Tony, for an administration that they only care about optics, the optics, everything that comes out of this administration is just so poor. Again, yesterday, more poor optics. They don't even trust Karine Jean-Pierre to brief America on important issues. They bring out Jake Sullivan yesterday. They bring out, oh, God, I'm drawing a blank on the other guy who always handles the bigger issues.
Kirby.
John Kirby.
Yeah, John Kirby.
They are they're a policy disaster and they're a PR debacle. It really is remarkable.
And the thing is that, a lot of this stuff is covered live, but the mainstream, the CNBCs, the MSNBCs, and the CNNs, they ignore this stuff. So you don't see it everywhere. I mean, Jen Psaki, after the embarrassing book thing, she went on last night, I guess you played the clip earlier
with
of
Matt
her
Al.
on with Matt Al,
Yep.
Not even acknowledging the book thing, talking about the stupid trial, and all excited about what's his face said yesterday, who's going to get absolutely skewered today by the defense
Yeah. And by the way, too, Trump showing up at court today, which is, I think, officially underway, he brought out a lot of the big guns. Vivek Ramaswamy is present today, Speaker Mike Johnson, potential Vice President Doug Burgum, and also Byron Donalds, your boy from Florida.
Yeah, J.D. Vance was there yesterday.
Yep.
And so they're not on. See, what Trump's people are doing, which is smart, he's not allowed to say anything while Cohen's going on CNN and all these other channels as a website where he's selling shirts with Trump behind bars. He's the key witness, and he's allowed to go out and do all this stuff, and Trump's gagged. So Trump's figuring out a way. He can't talk, but he's allowing all of his surrogates to talk. So you know, is this 4D chess or is that just 2020? I don't know what we're up to now.
That's right.
What are we up to now?
I
Now you say the optics.
Yeah.
Can I just give like a note to anybody that is thinking about lying about something?
Sure.
We have optics now. We have video pretty
Videos.
much on everything.
Go to
You
the tape.
cannot lie about something that's on video anymore.
100%. 100%. And the fact that this was broadcast on live TV, that clip that they clipped was from Fox News.
Yep.
It was broadcast everywhere.
Yep.
Like, nope, didn't happen.
Yep. Robin,
no, there's proof that it did.
Robin, you're spot on. Tony Bruno's been saying for 3 decades, let's go to the tape. Well, now we have tape of everything, right?
Exactly.
Let's go to the tape. Trump, just about 25 minutes ago, spoke to the press outside of the courtroom in New York City. By the way, can I just say this, too? That, like, I know he doesn't get the campaign during the week, but like, he gets a press conference every morning and every evening.
Well, the Democrats are doing the campaigning for him, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like they've given him this platform.
Plus, they give him 10 minutes outside the courtroom to say what he wants to.
Yeah. And then when they thought they were silencing him for social media, what's he do? He gets involved with Truth, and now his shares are worth $1.2 billion.
The Democrats are so effing dumb when it comes to politics like this.
It's
They
really backfired on them.
It really has. Cut 20, Phil. This is what he said standing outside the courtroom, just about 20 some odd minutes ago. Go.
They say that the bookkeeping era, I paid a lawyer a certain amount of money. We marked it down as legal expense. So I had a legal expense, and I marked it down as a legal expense. I didn't mark it down as construction of a wall, construction of a building. I didn't mark it down as electricity costs. I took a legal expense, and they called it, I didn't do it, a bookkeeper did it. You did it exactly right. Took a legal expense and called it a legal expense. This is their whole case. Are you allowed to call a legal expense a legal expense? I don't know what else you'd call it, actually. But he brings it up here, the legal expense. It was, what's the problem? I never thought that as an attorney I could see a system like New York's, one of the most sophisticated legal bars in the world, really debase itself so badly. This judge should not be allowed in the case, and he should not allow this case to go forward. Mershon should rule in favor of a directed verdict immediately. There is an insufficient amount of evidence. No crime has been shown. No crime's been committed. There's been no crime. Judge Janine Pirro, she talks here. She's very excited here. He's a fool. He's not an experienced judge. So I'll make that one a little short. I don't want to insult anybody. Greg Jarrett, brilliant guy. Greg's argument is legally flawed. The Federal Election Commission, FEC, determined there was no campaign finance violation. The Department of Justice agreed. No civil fine was levied or criminal charge rendered. Those two entities have exclusive authority over federal elections. The state has absolutely no authority, and the city, Bragg, has no authority. And Bragg never wanted to bring this case, in all fairness to him. He never wanted to bring this case. Not a local prosecutor such as Alvin Bragg should be involved in this case. And by the way, the judge, as you know, is totally conflicted, and everybody's talking about it. It's an embarrassment to New York. Legal analyst Michael Moore of CNN doesn't think the prosecution has...
You know what's you brought up having his surrogates speak, whether it's Vivek.
They're all back there, right? I see Byron Donalds, I see Burgum.
Yep, and they're all back
guy
there.
with the beard on the right there, between the lawyer and.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got a lot of his people there.
And the thing that's smart about this is if you were watching, Trump is not speaking his own words. He's
Right.
gagged. He's reading a lot of these packets that have been printed off for him, where other commentators and pundits and legal scholars are sharing their opinion. You heard him cite Judge Jeanine Pirro from Fox and other people. So this is really smart. He will not violate the gag order by reading other people's opinions that he happens to agree with. So they've been able to circumvent and get around that as well.
And I can't believe Greg Stocker,
Yeah.
a man who knows one color and one spice in particular, and did not notice the tie.
Oh, wow.
That Donald Trump was wearing.
Come on.
Mustard.
It was a mustard colored tie.
It's a good
What's
look.
the secret meaning behind that?
Is that mustard
Mustard-colored
or
tie.
is that gold?
Gold.
No, it's mustard.
Gold, baby.
That's
Okay.
mustard,
It's
ladies and
mustard.
gentlemen.
Mustard is gold, Rob.
Yeah.
It's Golden's.
Oh.
Yes.
Golden's mustard.
Mustard.
Could
Or is
DeSantis
it
be the
Golden's?
next vice president?
Although,
Ron has always been a loser.
All right, we
I
have to
don't
break
think
real
I've
fast.
ever had the desire to look at somebody's clothing that looked gold colored and say, "Oh, that's mustard colored."
Well, it's mustard because it's the ongoing joke. See, Rob, because Greg
You know-
Stocker said mustard. Oh,
Mustard.
no, that was DeSantis said
Yeah.
mustard,
Yeah.
and it became a drop.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's like four. When I play four all the time.
Yeah.
They become part of the vernacular.
That's right.
Mustard is now. If we don't play mustard at least 3 or 4 times a day on this program, we're pretty much dropping the ball, right?
I agree. It's the official condiment of Kayal and Company. All right, coming up next.
Do you guys remember the speaking
We
of
have to break.
times and Trump?
We have to break,
We
Robin.
gotta
We
get
have
to
to
a
break.
Gotta get to a break, Robin.
We have to break.
We'll be
Damn
right
it.
back. Stay tuned. Kathy Barnett, top of the hour. Today in Music History is next.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Headquartered here, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT takes you inside the businesses powering Philly.
Crash Proof Retirement is empowering the investing landscape.
becoming the first firm in history to record and store all financial meetings. This unprecedented initiative validates the guarantees Crash Proof Retirement has delivered to the Philadelphia region for over 15 years. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing consumer, such as no market risk, no fees, and the potential for double-digit interest returns. This unrivaled documentation silences all those who doubt Crash Proof Retirement's proven commitment to truth and transparency. Learn how recording financial meetings will empower you to make the best decision for your retirement future at crashproofretirement.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, highlighting the businesses, big and small, headquartered here.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
9:56, Kayal and Company, as we wind things down here on a Tuesday. Kathy Barnett in for Dawn in less than 5 minutes as she comes up at the top of the hour. But Tony Bruno and Greg Stalker, let's find out what happened in music history today.
Wow. What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 14th, we celebrate the birthdays of Dan Auerbach from the Black Keys, CeCe DeVille from Poison, Ian Astbury from The Cult, and David Byrne of the Talking Heads. We also lost Frank Sinatra on this day in 98 and B.B. King in 2015. Singles include The Pretender by Jackson Browne in 77 and One Way or Another by Blondie in 78. Albums include High Voltage by AC/DC in 76, Combat Rock by The Clash in 82, and Little Queen by Heart in 77. Also on this day in 87, Motley Crue held a listening party for Girls, Girls, Girls at a strip club in Hollywood, and Greg will like this one. In 57, Elvis was rushed to an LA hospital after swallowing a porcelain cap from one of his front teeth that lodged itself in a lung. But lastly, Nick, no one cares about what I eat for breakfast, but my Wawa coffee is always good. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
Coffee commentary with Phil.
I love it.
Nice work, Phil.
I love it.
All right, let's wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today.
Who Won Twitter?
Who Won Twitter, sponsored by Malvern Retreat House. I'm going to give it to our buddy Amy, Waltzing Matilda. She says, all the guys in the audience listening to that AI lady's voice would.
Yeah, baby.
Would. Absolutely would. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house located in Chester County. Malvern Retreat House hosts men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. Retreat from the noise and hear God's voice at malvernretreat.com.
Tony and Robin, thank you so much for stepping in for Dawn today.
Guys, always fun.
Thank you.
All right.
Fastest 4 hours ever.
All right, we'll chat tomorrow at 8:30. Get ready and get some rest.
Beautiful.
All
Good
right,
night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Stay tuned. Kathy Barnett is in for Dawn next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. And as John Fetterman would say,
good night, everybody.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel and Bean.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I want to tell you about my friend, my dentist, and the master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. You know, we're approaching special occasion season, graduations, showers, weddings. If you're getting ready for a special event, don't forget your smile, because it's going to be in all the pictures. Get your smile special occasion ready by making an appointment with Dr. Mike today. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. So if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I am for What's up, Pennsylvania? How y'all doing? Hey, New Jersey. How y'all doing? Yes, it's me, Kathy Barnett. I'm back. Can you believe it? Anthony, did you guys miss me?
Yeah, hasn't been too long.
I know. It feels like it's been a lot. I mean, I've been running all across the nation, running all across Pennsylvania, doing my part, and I miss you guys. So, listen, call me. The number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I would love to talk with you, see what's going on, how y'all feeling. Did anyone go to the Trump rally in Wildwood? I know, right? It's like squirrel moment that happened like forever ago. But no, I want to talk about it because, I did not go. But of course I saw it, and I saw that there were like 80,000, 100,000, thousands